I want to thank my guest here, as you are going to see momentarily, Howard George Stirrup, for joining in from Spain. We're going to go over a lot of topics with Flat Earth, himself being a former Freemason, and so very much more. We'll get into those topics. All right, just want to give you guys that intro, and again, that's special thanks to Bobby Zins for creating that. And definitely, if you're a YouTuber or you were obviously on Rockfin as well, any platform, he can help you out with that. And let's get to 1 second. Let me switch over and get over to what I want to show now. Actually, let me get rid of that. And yeah, and there is, as you can see, our guest from Spain, Howard George Stirrup. We're going to definitely get into a lot of stuff. I want to get everything straightened away. Let me get the chat box up. Let me get the everything in order here, the scrolling. And we're going to be good to go after we take a look at the chat box. And we want to thank, as always, Howard, we want to thank everybody for joining in, because without them, definitely we don't have a live stream. We don't have a show. So definitely we want to give thanks for everybody. Again, Ramina, my main moderator here on Rockfin, of course, on YouTube as well. And thanks so much, brother, Patrick Locke. I really appreciate that tip. So very much appreciated. Ronnie Briggs in Texas. Great to see you in there, brother. Let's see what else we got in here. Neil Stammers. Great to see you in there. Let's see who else we got here. Flint Truth, like I mentioned earlier. Thanks so much, brother, for verifying everything's working good. Jaw Drop, great brother in the UK, always tuning in. Fantastic to see you in there. Let's see who else. And I want to thank also my brother there, Stephen Alanis, as well, for that tip. Much appreciated. And let's see who else we got in here. Brett Indian, I should say, longtime follower of my channel on YouTube, and of course here in Rockfin. And everybody else here, before we get started, I want to get right to the information. We're definitely going to be going on for a long time. Like I said, with our guest here, Howard George Stirrup. We've spoken offline before this, obviously this live stream, just to get in sync with a lot of things, getting things prepared. We're going to do some preparation as far as showing some of his content on his channel. Breakthrough stuff, a different angle, and it's going to be new for a lot of people. And I always tell people, new information, it's like a meal. It takes time to digest and process. Initially, a lot of things are rejected in the beginning, but as truthers, we should keep an open mind to all things, and not just discard anything. Hear it all out and let it kind of sink in. Take it or leave it, but let the information that's presented, again, be absorbed and processed and come to your own conclusion. On that note, thanks so much, brother Howard, for joining in. And yeah, please introduce yourself to the audience, and we'll go from there.
Thank you for having me. Yeah, my name is Howard George Stirrup. I've been an active activist for the last few years, because I was a Freemason, because I thought that it made good men better, and it was maybe better than joining a church and choosing which version of a Bible or which interpretation I was going to believe in. And then as time went on, I saw that it's really a system of indoctrination and compliance and that I'd been misled into joining, especially when I found the Globe Lie, 2 and 2 together, and realised that's why you have to be a Freemason to be an astronaut. So I decided that my goal is to now expose as many misconceptions as I can, to try and help as many people as possible from being fooled, and also because we're all in this human race together, and activism has just made me a happier person than the person I used to be. So now I try and focus on sharing reproducible evidence, stuff that we can demonstrate personally, because otherwise we should remain skeptical and keep an open mind. Even if something can be demonstrated but it's possibly coincidental, we should give it less priority, time and energy, and just acknowledge it as a possibility and move forward, because there's beliefs and there's stuff that we can check for ourselves, primary observations, first-hand truths. So thanks to Freemasonry, I've realized that secondary information can be manipulated and misinterpreted, and it's all about what can we prove for ourselves.
Yeah, that's good to hear, and I appreciate the transparency, Howard, on being a Freemason. You were a Freemason for 3 years, so this is an interesting aspect. Of course, I talk about Freemasonry a lot, and this might be tedious, but we'll try to make it concise because it's long and drawn out for being a Freemason for 3 years. It'd be nice to hear how you were introduced, and I understand with Freemasonry, of course, you have to believe in a deity. You have to be basically introduced. You just don't ask to join. A Freemason has to ask you to join, the initiation process, and how you exited Freemasonry.
Yeah, with pleasure. But I've got to be honest, because honesty is the best policy. Just yesterday, I came across a video that you've just made, and it's calling out potential shills. And I need to address this before anything,
Sure.
To not be a fake friend. It's that you've included Alex Michael, the conspiracy music guru, who is a close friend of mine. These last few years, I've got to know him because we live not too far from each other. And like I say about Masonry misleading me to be indoctrinated into a new system of rules and stuff, I've made it my mission now to only promote stuff that people can reproduce for themselves. Now, with all due respect, a lot of your work I appreciate and I respect the hard work that you've done, but I feel like you might have made a mistake, because apart from me knowing Alex personally, I can't see anything that he's actually done that could be bad for the truth movement. I mean, when you think about, he's been making music about the Globe Lie, he's been making about 5G, chemtrails, the gene therapy, and just mind control in general. I can't see anything wrong with what he's done. It might not be my style to use comedy in my presentations, and I try to never share memes that are, a bit belittling or derogatory or just funny. But everyone's got their own flavor. And at the very start of my awakening, there was a song called All About That Space, No Hubble, which was a spoof, comedy version of All About the Bass by, I forgot a name, I've written it down somewhere. But yeah, it's a comedy song. And funny enough, that song gave me confidence at the time to start sharing information with others. So even though it's not an approach I would normally make, comedy did help give me confidence to share with people that are a bit lighthearted, because it's very easy to be deemed a conspiracy theorist loon. So to have comedy and a bit of confidence can go a long way. And he also gave me this so that I can read it to my goddaughter, which I think is, again, an amazing move that nobody else has done. He's reaching crowds that aren't necessarily investigating for truth. He's reaching younger ages than what most people are in their audience. So my question is, if you can't find anything better than just to accuse him of being a paid actor, maybe you should retract what you said or back it up with more evidence, because I don't know of anybody that's brought more people into the truth movements that I named than my friend Alex Michael. I think he's a good activist at what he does. I can't guarantee who is and who isn't a shill or a paid actor, but I feel like we should judge people on what they achieve or what they've done wrong, rather than just name calling and taking things maybe out of context. Because myself, I did a Masonic gesture in my first ever video online, and I did it because I finally understood why they might use this, because we're on the level, and also I didn't do it the way that you normally do it, where you say you'd rather have your throat slit. I pulled it away to say no more. So many people in Spain and South America, where my television appearance offering 10,000 went viral, caught that out and have said, oh, he's a Mason, don't listen to anything he says. So for the last few years, I've been having to try and make up for my mistakes and show people that I shouldn't be judged as a person, but what I can give and share with others. And that's what I feel like we should be doing, judging people on their acts, not on them personally. And unless you can say that Alex has ever done, I feel like you might have made a mistake including him in your last video.
I appreciate, straightforward talk. I'm the same way. And since you're bringing this up here, Howard, let's get to it here. Let me get to the Chrome window here, and let's just take a look at his channel here. Okay, let's remove. Let's see here. Let me take this off here momentarily, and let's take a look. Let me actually get this more centered, if I can. With well, actually, hopefully it'll come in good. I'll just have to fix it again when I present you. I'm going to remove the chat momentarily so we can get a good view of everything here, hopefully. And then actually, let me do this here before I present, because this wasn't planned, so I have to do this now. And let's take a look here. So here's where I'm at. Conspiracy Music Guru came out of nowhere with this professional video, flying through space, talking like he's like a cowboy. Obviously, at the time, I'm pretty sure most people on Flat Earth didn't know he was actually based from the UK, now living in Spain. I actually did a live stream with him. He seemed like an okay guy. The problem I have is, one thing I didn't like is I did a live stream. I'm being transparent here. Since you brought it up, I'm going to be very transparent. I talked in a video about how they work on opposites, the elite. So I mentioned how they live. It basically means they evil. So what does he do? He makes a T-shirt saying they evil and sells it after what I say in a live stream. Okay, that's number one. Number two, I talk about I mentioned baby truthers. He starts pumping out baby truthers shirts without contacting me to do that. And this is a money-making opportunity off of my work and things I say. And let me make sure everything is okay on the... are you guys getting full screen on the Rockfin side of Alex Michael's channel?
Can I make a quick comment?
Sure, go ahead. I'm not done, but go ahead.
Of course. In his defense, I know that he's had a few of his T-shirt websites close, like they stopped they closed his account down on different T-shirt websites because of copyright issues. So I think that he might have put they evil because they live would have also caused a copyright issue. So yeah, it's a great idea. And
but here's the thing. Here's the thing is, Howard. Right after I said that in a live stream, and at the time he was a sub, and that's when the shirt came out. It wasn't prior. It was after I mentioned it. He was a follower, of course, of my channel, and that's when it happened. I gotta get this straightened out here with the let me see here, fit to screen. There we go. I think that's a little bit better there. Hopefully, Hopefully you guys can see that fine. But let me get things straightened out here with this. And it might not be perfect, but hopefully you guys can see that fine. Let me take a look here on the Rockfin side. That's a bit better there. Yeah, let's just work with that. So let me get back to what I'm talking about here with Conspiracy Music Guru. Again, I didn't have issues initially, but these are the channels he follows. Of Eric Dubay, who I don't trust. If obviously, as you can see, follows you. You guys are good friends. Let's see who else. At the time, oh, here you go. He featured channels. Glowbusters, Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole, ODD TV. He's featuring these shills. Okay, so there's no defense for this at all. Karen B. the Witch, Jaren, this guy that just showed up out of nowhere. These are production. All these people are productions that he's featuring. It's a network. And I'm just going to say it. I believe Howard, you're just being a little bit, you're buddy with him, so you're going to take his side. You're going to be you're going to be in his defense because maybe you're good buddies. Of course, you're going to defend him. But how well do you know him? Can you trust people, in your own family at times, your own cousins, your own friends? They can stab you in the back that you know your whole life. So someone you just met relatively recently, you don't know the real background. But the bottom line to me is coming out like this, almost like hillbilly redneck, flying through space. I want to see some flat earth presentations, sitting down, explaining the ins and outs of flat earth, not acting like a goofball, flying through space. And that's entertainment. Are we here to promote, hold on, Howard, are we here to promote entertainment or are we here to promote truth? Let me ask you, what's the priority, Howard? What's the priority here?
Okay, I totally get what you're saying. And I'd like to quickly answer your previous point before I get into this one. I can't say who's a shill and who isn't, and I totally understand that he is promoting some characters that are suspicious and have done things that definitely should be questioned and criticised. But on another note, all of the people that he's got on his featured channels are people that have helped him get where he is as well. So if he's just being respectful and paying, I think you call it homage, to people that have helped him get more well known, until he's certain of somebody doing something wrong or being in the wrong circles, I kind of understand him for not wanting to take sides or call names and stuff. But what you're saying about entertainment, I totally understand what you're saying. Like I said, I don't personally use memes that are joking or that are derogatory towards the Globers. I don't even like using that term. But I do see that his work has managed to go uncensored by making a song about the gene therapy. I'm being careful what words I use, even though we're on Rockfin. He was able to make a video, get it on YouTube, and it's still on. And he's got visuals and lyrics that are really, really hitting some truths that most people can't even say, because he can put on a funny accent, or because he can say it in a rhetorical question or with irony. He's getting through the he's getting under the radar, and his work's staying online. You show me another anti-5G song or even an anti-5G presentation that YouTube hasn't scrapped. So there's two great examples there. There's 5G and gene therapy that nobody seems to be able to talk about, yet he's got them on iTunes and he's got them on YouTube. I get that it's a bit entertaining, but when you analyze his lyrics, not one everyone is a punchline, that there's not one lyric that goes to waste. So I see where you're coming from, but I think when you really analyze his work, and like I say, the reasons why he might promote and associate with certain YouTubers is because he doesn't know any better for certain. We've had conversations about potential shills, and he's open-minded, but like myself, until there's definitive evidence, it's worth staying skeptical about people, but not cutting them out, because like myself, I made mistakes to join Masonry, but I don't want that people, cut me off forever because of a mistake I made before, when my actions should speak for themselves these last few years. I'm really trying to make up for my wrongs, and hopefully get the Creator's forgiveness for taking oaths that I might never be able to escape the consequences of. But at least I'm not an active member. I don't go to lodges. I don't contribute any money to their foundation, and I don't help bring any new people into their organization. I've totally left, resigned, as you'd say, and I plan to never step foot in a lodge again. But people might judge me and not want to associate with me. So I see it from different sides, and I feel like we should really judge him for his work, not his association to people, and his direction with the evidence, because the evidence he provides is good, even if it's theatrical, entertaining. It gets through to a lot of people that might not listen or watch otherwise.
Well, that's a good way, of kind of sugarcoating it in my estimation. To me, we don't need a theatrics, we don't need a circus, we don't need a clown show to get the truth out there, and we shouldn't have to appease people by doing it their way. We should just be, for example, you're in a school classroom. Does a clown show up, playing the guitar and start trying to educate people? No, you get straight to the school textbooks, and you're serious about it. And I don't mind. Now here's where I'm at. I don't mind a certain amount of entertainment, 98% truth. You can throw in some entertainment, that's fine. But if your whole shtick is about you being a circus clown, then I have a problem with that. And again, I want to show on the screen right here. There's this newer guy on Truth, THC, Truthers Hours of Comedy. This guy literally showed up. Jaren's promoting him. He's promoting. So all the known shills are promoting this guy that's showing up out of the shill factory. Another thing too, Howard, you didn't mention this before going live that you're going to bring this up. We talked about many things. You didn't right out the gate. You're being defensive. You're defending, Alex Michael, and I feel this is by design. I feel like you're on task. You come on my platform, and this is like damage control or something. I'm just being honest. Why don't you hold on, Howard? Hold on. Why don't you mention this to me before we went live? We had a several hour conversation. This wasn't brought to the table. This wasn't like
it was yesterday when I sent him the link and said, guess what? I'm finally on RV Truth Show. He says, oh, well, that's a bit of a kick in the balls. Did you know that he'd done it? So it was yesterday when he sent me the newest video you made, which I didn't get a chance to watch.
Well, the thing is this, Howard, with all the information that's put out, he's still defending them. And that's what happened too. I'm going to just say this clearly. After all the situation with Jaren David Weiss, and this is one thing, I look ahead, and I'm very keen on things. I'm gonna look at who takes whose side, and this is gonna separate the fakes from the real people. And right away, boom, Alex Michael, I can see he's taking their side. There's that one guy, John Neems in Las Vegas, taking David Weiss's side. So I knew who the plants are. These people, just like Art Bell. Hold on, people like Art Bell. Supposedly a truth, they're wearing a CIA T-shirt. Truthers, and I saw this one truther in Spain with CIA on his back monitor. I seen again John Neems wearing a Homeland Security hat. Why would you do that? You're wearing their colors. You're wearing their. You're saying you're one of them as far as these three individuals are concerned. So what I'm getting at, this is separating the real and fake, and promoting. This is the thing is, I find it interesting. There's a lot of people that's been in truth for a long time, and people are just coming out of the woodwork, dinky amount of subs, 1.57K subs, and this guy's being featured. A guy that's literally brand new on the scene, he's being featured when there's many people that have been around since 2015 making flat earth videos. Another topic I want to bring up, people like Patricia Steer, literally made zero flat earth content. She's just a host on a quote flat earth topic, but she's on ABC News here in the U.S. She's I believe in the BBC as well. I could be wrong about that, but she's been headline. Never made one flat earth presentation, not one, but just hosting a flat earth show. She gets a spotlight on ABC News. Why is that? So I look a little bit deeper, and I think a little bit deeper than most people on these things, and I see the shills. They travel in packs. They promote each other. You know, just like Masons in this world stage. They're not going to promote a non-Mason and stick him on mainstream TV to get the spotlight. Why would a Mason, a Masonic-controlled entity, promote a non-Mason? Same with the shill flat earthers. And here's the thing is with Alex Michael, just so happens to be there with David Wise talking to Logan Paul. I'm not stupid, Howard. I'm not an idiot. I see what's happening. I don't trust these people that come out of nowhere. You know, they got all the bells and whistles, this heavy production. And again, if your foundation's flat earth, do that. You want to make a comedy video or whatever, that's fine. But your core should be truth, not entertainment. And that's what I see what's happening here. It's a money-making opportunity. How can I make a few bucks? How can I sell a book? How can I do this? How can I promote myself? And how can I make money off this divide and conquer, very important divide and conquer with flat earth versus the fake globe? So that's where I'm at. I'm going to be very firm on this. He's promoting a whole lot of shills. Until he changes, until he stops promoting shills, he's a shill in my eyes. And I'll leave it there.
Well, if I may just say, whenever he's been interviewed, like people by yourself, he comes out of the character, because he's got different characters for his, you know, one character for the Flat Earth Man, another character for 5G, a serious character for chemtrails. But when you interviewed him, and every interview I've seen on other channels, he's serious. He has got a lot to say, and he's down to earth, and he's not making a joke out of anything. I think he owns his humour in his music, because he figures that his music will get further if it's comical than if it's, because he did the chemtrail song serious, which I think is one of his best songs, and he showed me the other day that that's got the least views of all of his music. It's obviously getting the most censored, yet he can talk about 5G and a joke and it gets everywhere. So I do understand where you're coming from, but because I've sat down with him in his house, gone to restaurants with him, worked in his garden, he's worked in my garden, I know he's a real person. I know he's a nice guy to me. I can't say that I trust anybody, because the Bible tells us trust no man. I can only tell you that I've got a lot of evidence to support why I would stick up for him, because I know him personally. I don't know anyone else personally, so I've got nothing to say about anyone else in a good way. But apart from him being serious in the interviews, like the one you made with him, he's always available. Like, so if you had anything that you wanted to show or tell about him, he would much prefer that you had him back on the show and that you speak to him about it like you're speaking to me. Because when you think everyone can suffer anxiety and depressions and things like that, like you said about David Weiss after the Professor Dave incident. So I'm just worried that if we start calling names without having definitive evidence, or at least presenting it to them and letting them have a, you know, getting a word in and say their point of view themselves, it could defame, discredit, and more than anything, discourage him from making more music. And like I say, I don't know anybody that's brought more people into these open source investigations like the Globe Lie, chemtrail, or should I say geoengineering, 5G dangers and mind control in general. He's got a lot of people on board looking into things that would never have found your show or my activism or my debates, because people that find us are looking already into things. People that find his music are, boom, round hook, weren't expecting that. What's he talking about? So I feel like he's done a lot more good than a lot of us put together. And it would be a shame.
Well, hold on right there. Hold on. You're saying he's done more good than all of us put together? Are you kidding me?
No. I didn't say all.
That's what you said.
Sorry, I meant if you put many of us together.
Well, you got to be careful. Yeah, you got to be careful with your words, Howard, because you said if we rewind this, you play it back, he's done more than all of us. Like that's.
I meant to say many. Sorry, I am a bit dyslexic, and I have made a few mistakes in the past and had to remake videos and stuff, but that motivates me to keep trying harder and improving my game, just to show you where I agree with you, and I totally respect you and I totally understand your point of view. I'm only asking as polite and humble as possible, that you maybe reconsider him as a, and let him either on your show or take him out of the video or take the video down, because I really feel like it's unwarranted. Just to show you where I am on the same page as you, I feel like a lot of famous people in this movement are promoting blood rituals, like the FE Millionaire, Martin Kenny, Devlin Maggie, and Quasi-Luminous. They're all promoting that people cut themselves and sign a contract wishing heaven on earth. I'm totally against that. That's definitely worth exposing, because they've literally demonstrated themselves that they're into some dark rituals. That's dangerous. They're getting people to follow them and literally sell out and take oaths with who knows what kind of demonic entities. And I understand that Mark Sargent's done a lot of suspicious stuff, like being on Australian adverts and going and doing activism with people that I've worked with in the UK, but not broadcasting live on his own channel, which I even suggested on the last day, but he ignored. I'm totally against exposing people for doing things wrong, but I'm against name calling, because even if these guys promoting blood rituals are dodgy, like bad and doing wrong, I can't say that they're definitely shills or if they're definitely paid actors. They might just be some lost souls that YouTube's trending because they happen to be promoting what the evil agenda wants. They might not even be aware of it. Like I say, Mark Sargent had loads of mainstream media appearances where he's come over like a fanatic, ignoring the counter evidence and making us look like we're just preaching beliefs. So I'm like, a lot of the things he's done, and his name, Mark Mason, Sergeant, military, I could say loads of coincidences, but it doesn't necessarily prove that he's a shill. So I'm better off pointing out what he's done that I don't like and giving him constructive criticism. And then it's up to him to either step his game up, whether he's a shill or not. We can make it difficult for the shills, or we can improve people that are just mistaken and help them improve themselves by, giving them constructive criticism and pointing out what they could have done better, instead of calling them a name and being branded.
Listen, Howard. I didn't call him any names. I just said he's working for the other side. I didn't say he's a piece of garbage or anything like that. But one thing I find interesting here. Again, we were at one time good terms, but I saw, I give everybody an opportunity. Again, here's the shirt, if you guys can see that, from my live stream that I talked about. They live as they evil, and this is a totally they live themed thing. I let it go. When I again mentioned Baby Truthers for the first time, he started pumping out Baby Truther shows. He knows me. He knows how to get in contact with me. Hey, RV, it's okay if I make Baby Truther t-shirts. He never contacted me. Here's one thing interesting. I sold my soul to the devil. That's a very interesting cover. So there's thousands and thousands, if not millions, of songs, and that's an interesting one to do a cover on. And I'm like this. I give everybody opportunity, and I give everybody an opportunity, including you, until proven otherwise. And if something doesn't add up, I'm going to say it. What I think is what I say, Howard. It's that very simple. And right off the gate, it's defense mode for these people that are very questionable. And again, how is it that David Weiss, for example, on that one doc, the one Flat Earth hit piece with Logan Paul, is just right there, centered perfectly with Logan Paul, David Weiss himself, and there's a dialogue, and it's captured perfectly for this hit piece on Flat Earth, where David Weiss says, "Oh, we can't see these things. It's not science." Then Logan Paul says, "Well, I can't see my intestines." So, what do you say about that? And David Weiss just stood there like a big dummy, had no response. So, like, he was owned by a comedian. But what I'm getting at is the framing.
I agree. I agree. That was an absolute terrible scene, and it was either staged to be terrible, or it was just really, 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 really bad luck. I understand where you're coming from. It looks way too bad to just be coincidence that they caught him off guard. Because even when he was dumbstruck and didn't know how to answer, it's like, come on, they're the kind of things that we have to answer all the time. So I understand what you're saying. with David Weiss, because I've only ever spoke to David Weiss on a video call once or twice with other people. I don't know him personally. I haven't been able to get into these kind of questions with him myself. But I do know that the short little video of Alex stood next to Logan.
Right here, I'm showing it on screen right now. I'm showing it on screen right now where with the Conspiracy Music Guru speak with Logan Paul. Like, this is not set up, it's all staged. This is all staged.
Listen to what he's saying. It doesn't seem as good a production. I understand what you're saying about the David Weiss Logan Paul. It was centered. The audio was perfect. The timing for each other to speak and respond and pause, dumbstruck. I understand it looks terrible. And
right here, you got a camera crew. You got a camera crew with the mic and everything. This is meant to play out. This was meant to happen. This was staged to be played, of course, for that hit piece on Flat Earth, you know, and their dialogue back and forth. And you saw that like boom mic. Let me get back to it here. Actually, if you back up here a little bit, like look at this. Look at this mic here. This is like a professional setup, and this is meant to play out. So I'm not trusting him. Alex can come on my channel. There's nothing that he can tell me that can convince me otherwise. All they can do is come here to do damage control. That's all they can do. This is staged. I'm not an idiot, Howard. I'm not an idiot.
Do you agree that he didn't actually say anything bad to Logan?
They don't have to. They're going to control both sides, Howard. They're going to control both sides of each debate. They just like the U.S. here when they print coins or they make coins, they stamp the top, they stamp the bottom. That's the same thing with the controlled op. They're controlling both sides of each debate. They don't want people like me having a say in this. They want to erase people like me and have people like this being their figureheads of truth. People that are just basically comedy. And you're walking away, what is he really doing? He's just, no one's walking away saying, I'm a flat earther because of this music video. And you show that to other people that are globies, you can say, you converted, let me get to it here. You converted to a flat earther after watching this? This is the reason? And he's wearing these devil horns. You're becoming a flat earther after watching this. Who's going to say that? Nobody. Let's be real, Howard.
Well, I like I say, I've seen children singing along to his songs, and I'm literally going to give this book to my goddaughter, and I'm going to get her into his music. So we'll have to agree to disagree on that. But I totally see what you're saying. Like Albert Pike said himself, when the people need a hero, we shall supply them.
Exactly.
So I totally understand that the Black Panthers were infiltrated, and Malcolm X and all the big people that we thought were representing truth or freedom were most probably controlled opposition. I understand that the truth movement would have to be infiltrated to mislead people. I totally understand what you're saying. But on another side, you got to admit that when someone talented comes along, like Alex Michael, let's just suppose that he isn't a paid actor, he isn't in a secret society, because we've spoke about this and he's never given me any indication that he could be. But I have always thought, well, why do you hang around with so many of the big in this movement? And like I say, if they've reached out to him because he's talented, and they've wanted to be associated with him and others in the movement, it's also to, dirty the water and cause more confusion. Because, like you said, they've never reached out to people like me or you because they know that we're speaking frank. We're going to ask questions. We're going to criticize and bring up things that we don't like, where other people might just go with the flow and think, well, as long as they don't say anything obvious or anything about me, then I'll just... I'll brush it off and wait for someone else to say something. I get what you're saying. I wouldn't associate or feature these channels if I wasn't sure of them and stuff myself. So I get what you're saying, but I also see that if there are shills in the movement, they will want to befriend as many people as possible, so that, like myself, sticking up for Alex, which makes me look a bit suspicious in your eyes and your fans, I'm sure.
Absolutely, Howard. Howard, I'm going to stop you right there. Howard, this is where I'm at, Howard. This is where I'm at. If someone comes on my live stream, and we have already been speaking for nearly an hour, 45 minutes, almost an hour, and we're spending this much time on your damage control of Alex Michael. If it was like we're talking about this, we're talking about Flat Earth, we're talking about what's happening, and on a side note, you bring it up at the end, hey, Alex Michael, I just want to throw in there, he's a friend of mine, and maybe you should reconsider. But this is like a topic that you wanted to really spotlight and open up with, and I feel like it's damage control, and that's my position, and I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. It looks very bad, Howard. Howard, it looks very bad for you to come on my platform and really, really, really do damage control. I'm just telling you that right now.
Well, just before we move on, because I really want to make sure everyone knows this, we were speaking for an hour about two or 3 days ago, and I totally respect you and what you're doing and what you've done, like I say, but I was unaware that you'd made a video and included Alex without actually showing any evidence, just an album cover of his.
No, I showed other things. Him in that hit piece documentary with Logan Paul. This guy is being promoted heavily on every angle. Dana White, the UFC's talking about. He's in boxing. He's being spotlighted on the world stage in many instances. And so to anybody, it's funny because I've been at this longer than most. And I see all these people like Patricia Steer, Alex Michael being spotlighted, literally coming out of nowhere. It just tells me, like just like Alex Stein, I'm very suspicious of these people, and we should not be ignorant and not to be so gullible not to see what's happening.
Definitely not. I agree with you. I'm only saying that work-wise, he's never produced anything that I've noticed or that you've displayed of him that is questionable, apart from him standing next to Logan Paul. Logan Paul's making an upside down pyramid with his hands. Oh, I noticed that, yeah, and I featured it in one of my videos when I was on Modern Day Debate. I'm totally aware that Logan Paul is some kind of shill or paid actor, and he might have been told who to get close to and who to get videoed next to, so that when he becomes questioned, it brings other people into question as well that might just be there because they were asked to go there and perform and are happy to have videos and photos next to people because they're making a living from it. So I understand what you're saying, but I just feel like at the moment my friend Alex Michael does not deserve to be named and shamed because he hasn't actually done anything for us to criticize apart from being guilty by association. And if I may just finish this one point before we move on, you've got to admit that people could look at everything that's going on and say that you are acting like a shill. I hope you don't mind me saying this, because what I'm saying is, when we give spotlight to serial killers instead of the people that follow them, that caught them, we're creating a buzz, and people then think, oh, I'm going to be a serial killer so that everyone knows about me. So it's because the subconscious can't distinguish between positive or negative information, like the common one where it says, don't think of an elephant, and you can't help but think of an elephant. So by you talking about the baby truthers all the time, it just reminds me of the Tupac.
But the thing is this, Howard, let me stop you there, Howard. This is not going very well. You don't know the foundation of what happened with them. And I'm going to run through it quickly because you're not informed of what happened. Jared's been around for a long time. I've been around a lot longer than him. He showed up in the scene like all of the other Flat Earth shills in 2015 and 16. Just amazing. All these people show up out of nowhere at the same time. And we're supposed to believe this is organic. But here's the problem. Here's the situation. I didn't say anything about Jaren for the longest time. And this is what happened. A couple years ago, this one Seattle cop came out and pretending to be some type of hero, not enforcing what basically the U.S. government wants to do, with people wearing masks, all these kind of things. And I said, this guy's controlled up. He's wearing all the Masonic symbolism. He has, the dual-headed eagle for Mason, as you know, being a Mason yourself. All these things, being on Fox News, being on Joe Rogan, and I called him out as being a shill. And Jaren came out with damage control on this Thursday Night Lounge with this guy Rodrigo. Oh, I like RV's work, but this is flimsy. He's saying this guy's a Freemason. And he's wearing all the symbols. He goes by Greg Anderson, 33. He's promoted on Fox News. And Jaren's coming after my work. After that, I went after him very hard. David Weiss came after me saying, hey, in Texas, hey, what are you doing? Why are you starting trouble? I said, look here, idiot. This guy's coming after my work. What am I supposed to do? Lay down and not say anything? Of course I'm going to defend my work. And that's how it started. That's what you don't understand. That's what a lot of people don't understand. People start fights, I finish them. But the thing is, I come off as very aggressive, defending my stance and calling out these people. So people don't know the whole picture. They're coming to conclusions based on conjecture. They don't know the full story, and that's the problem, Howard. They don't know the full story like you don't. So the whole thing you say...
I appreciate that you're not being aggressive with me and that you're letting me hash this out, because like I say, since yesterday I'm in danger of losing a friend that's never done anything bad to me. From his work, I don't see anything negative.
This is his first video. Hold on, Howard. I'll let you speak. This is his first video. First video, all this, highly produced, high production value, coming out on YouTube. First video. And it's too professional. It's just, to me, it screams of this is not organic. And no work. Hold on, Howard. No previous flat earth work. Nothing of the sort. How about showing him in like chat groups, him talking about flat earth previously to this, supporting flat earth? No, he just shows up out of nowhere. Boom. Now he gets a spotlight. Now he's on TV. I'm calling BS. You can defend him all you want, but people that...
I can't defend him as a person so much. I can only tell you what I've seen personally. And I understand how it might look like a bit of a come out of nowhere. But as I have been in his studio myself, his studio he built with his own hands, like you can actually see on YouTube.
Were you there when he built it, Howard? Were you there when he built the studio?
He's got a video where he's building it phase by phase, feed it up, so you can check for yourself. He's built his own video. His studio isn't that professional. His green screen comes down on a roller. It has some creases in it, but he has to play around. His computer software isn't the best software. He's sometimes having to YouTube and learn things. But I have seen that he is a one-man band. He can play guitar, drums, piano, sing.
Yeah. Okay, Howard. You know what? We're spending too much time on this topic, Howard. We're spending way much. Yeah. We've already been an hour. You being a defense attorney for Conspiracy Music Guru. Yeah. And that's what I've seen so far.
Get him on the show and let him defend himself. That's
probably the best scenario, Howard. Yeah, that's probably the best scenario. And actually, let's stop here a moment here. Let's take a look at the chat, because I don't want to ignore the chat. I want to see what people are saying in the chat. Let's hold tight here, Howard, and let's see what's being said in the chat itself. Let's take a look here. Flint Truth Channel, LOL, still over an hour on this guy. Revelance Studio, appeal to emotion, classic fallacy. Howard's doing the same thing. RV, damage control. Yeah, that's what I see. Explaining to a gatekeeper is a futile exercise, RV. Kenneth T. So associating with traitors makes us traitors as well. Yeah. Serial killers are all psyops. Shields 100%. Agreed, Rod. Berg. Ronnie Briggs, are we making excuses for having a clown show? Yeah, that's what I see. The problem is, it's like this. In my estimation, obviously the mainstream media is controlled. They're controlling the flat earth movement as well. And they're drowning out real truth by having their people being spotlighted all over the mainstream media. And people speaking real truth, they're never going to get... I'm never going to be spotlighted. They showed me on mainstream. They used my voice. They never referred to me by name. So let's take a look here. Rod Burke says, Howard is a true pro, well-trained at mental manipulation, as they all are. Kick his arse to the... I'm not going to do that, Rod, but we're gonna give Howard every opportunity. He has some stuff to present. I don't mind having hard-hitting, impactful conversations with people. I'm not one to just give someone the yank unless they're complete. Like, for example, I'm trying to think, high-impact flicks, who I call low-impact flicks, who's completely shilling to the highest degree. So I cut him off at the end because it was complete garbage. And Ronnie Briggs, great call out. RV now just poked the bear. All right. We'll get back Howard momentarily. As soon as I read former Freemason, I was like, yeah, right. But gave him a chance because I respect RV. So thanks for that, Flint Truth, and everybody else here. Yeah, we're going to get back. And I appreciate all the comments, and I'll read through them more as we move forward here. Okay, so let's get back here. All right, let me get back to OBS and get everything set up like it was before. So just bear with me while I get the studio set up again. I need to get the studio set up properly. Let's see here. I need to get this working right here. Let me see. Okay, let me get back to. Hold on here. I need to check something here. Just bear with me, everyone. Okay, I think we're good there. So let me get back to the Skype. I need to set everything up because you kind of threw me a curveball there, Howard, at the start. So I need to get things straightened out with the and it takes a moment to get Skype. There we go. Let me get this screen back where it was. And
while you're doing that, can I just quickly say to everyone listening, I totally understand why you might be skeptical about me as a person, especially because I've come on defending someone that I know personally. But if you really think of what I'm saying, I've never said we shouldn't expose people for doing wrong. I'm just saying that we should be very careful that we're exposing things that they've done that aren't possibly coincidental. We should only be promoting definite facts that are reproducible, that we can demonstrate for ourselves, or that they've admitted to, or been caught in the act. I'm all for exposing evil. I just feel like we shouldn't be name calling or jumping to conclusions. We should point out what people have done wrong. And like you said, that's what Masons do, or this number, this, that. So people might be promoting or normalizing or desensitizing serious things like secret societies and the numbers and stuff that they use. So yeah, point everything out, but try not to jump to conclusions, because it could be a misunderstanding, or the person could have been set up for them to take in the hit.
Well, listen, Howard. I'm not putting one piece together. It's multiple pieces. Showing up out of nowhere, being spotlighted in the mainstream, promoting shills. He's promoting shills. The shills are promoting him. It's not just one thing, Howard. It's multiple things. And to me, it's like, no matter what evidence I'll show you. If I showed you a direct deposit from a government entity to Alex Michael's bank account, you would still make some excuse. I feel like. You're just going to defend it because he's a friend. You're being, a good friend to him, but...
Black and white. I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, until that evidence exists, we should be careful, because he might have been set up, invited to these dues, made friends with him, because they saw that... I'm not sure of anything. I'm just saying that there's a possibility that he's got raw talent, he's got the initiative to make his own videos, his own studio and all that, because he's been a musician all his life. He's learning as he goes along. He's wholehearted, doing it for the right reason. They've seen he's got talent. They've invited him along, buddied up with him, promote him so that he feels like he has to promote them. And it could be just to defame him in the long run. I totally see that that's what they would do to somebody that they consider potentially dangerous to waking people up. And he has been censored a lot. His music doesn't hardly sell anything on iTunes like it should, compared to other artists that have got less views than he has on YouTube, that are making more money on iTunes. So he is being censored, which backs up the idea that he might not be the paid actor, but he might actually be trying to do the right thing, and they're doing everything they can to defame him, discredit him, and censor him.
Let me ask you this. Let me ask this, Howard. Is there a possibility you're wrong and he's duped you? Is there a possibility of that?
Of course. I totally see that there is a chance that... trust no man. I told you from the start, and I told you in the long conversation we had the other day before I came across the video, Trust no man. I'm totally not about being a fan of anybody. I'm more about being a fan of people's work, admiring people's effort and work and contributions, and totally exposing and criticizing things that people do wrong. But we shouldn't get personal, because even though I know Alex, like you said yourself, you don't even know your own family sometimes. So I'm just judging his work and my own personal interactions with him, and I think that you might have made a mistake by naming and shaming him, because work-wise, apart from standing next to Logan Paul, which could have been a setup as well, I don't really feel like he's... And having a comedy element to his music, but not when he's interviewed, like I say. So, yeah...
Well, I mean, how many people... How many people that are actors continue to be the actor? For example, Jim Carrey, he's an exception where he acts like a goofball when being interviewed. But majority of people, for example, Danny DeVito, he doesn't act like a clown when he's on Saturday Night Live, not Saturday Night Live, like with Jay Leno or David Letterman. He goes back to who he is. He's well spoken, calm. Robin Williams exception, but what I'm getting is majority of people, when they're not being interviewed, when they're actors or they're being interviewed, besides of course playing the role on TV or movies, when they're being interviewed, they revert to themselves. So that's not really a really something to hold on to as evidence of anything. Bottom line is he's an actor. He's an entertainer, and this is a great opportunity with it being spotlighted all over the media. We see Flat Earth being discussed on BBC, ABC, CNN, Fox News. We see it being brought up. It's a great opportunity to add to the mix, and they have to make it a circus. They got to have those two guys. Was it that guy Danny? I forgot his name. Those two guys, that one bald guy and the one black guy, show up on BBC. And these people are controlled. They're not going to have me on there speaking the real truth. They're going to have their controlled puppet say a little bit of truth, speak a little bit, just a little bit. Like there's a volume lever, and it's controlled how high it could be tuned, how high it can be amped up. And this is why they have to control everything that's being presented. And definitely, if you're being promoted at a high level, you're not to be trusted, period.
I see like Alex Jones is promoting this staged truth of psychosis, and it's just to discredit people like ourselves, and it causes chaos and confusion within the community. So I totally understand that we should judge people that are causing damage, division, but I just don't see anything that Alex has done that is negative to the idea of waking people up, apart from his music being comical, which, like I say, works for different people at different times. It helps give confidence and stuff like that. But yeah, I see where you're coming from. I just feel like we should be exposing people's acts rather than people as people, because we don't know anybody, like you said yourself.
Well, again, we're going around in circles a bit with this. That's fine, but we need to move on with this topic. I'm very firm. I'm very firm with my stance, and after everything's been after everything's been put out there regarding Jaron, David Weiss, and all these goons, he's on their side. He's defending them. He's the one that's still promoting them, featuring them. All these people that are well known goons, he's promoting them. So it's like a bird of a feather flock together. And I want to thank you for that. Just jumping real quick. Thanks so much, N Web, for that. I appreciate that so very much. Thanks for your generosity. So moving forward, we need to move on here. We've been talking for over an hour.
Can I wrap up this with something a little bit related?
Go ahead.
As well as people, even platforms are set up. I consider YouTube, Discord, Facebook, and Instagram, etc. They're all monitored, just like the Speaker's Corner that I've been to in Hyde Park, London, where you get people stood on a box preaching, or you get people debating each other and stuff. That place is just like these online platforms. They're set up to get people to tell the elites, keep them informed about what we know, so that they can always stay a few steps ahead of us and modify their game plan accordingly. So it's not just about people, it's even platforms. That's why I've been into face-to-face activism, and I've worked with Harry from John Smith Globe Live YouTube channel a few years back, and that's where I realised we're better off speaking face-to-face, like you said yourself, whenever you're at a shop, whenever a man comes. Take advantage of as much face-to-face interactions as you can, because they're real interactions that people will remember much more than just some debate you have with some keyboard warrior on Facebook, or even like I'm having debates on modern day debate YouTube channels and stuff. It's more about face-to-face interactions where you can make a difference in somebody's life, and more than anything, you're not being monitored, so the information can spread and they haven't got an eye on it, so they can't stay a step ahead of us if we do as much offline as possible.
Yeah, my position is this. I made it pretty clear how they're controlling both sides, and in my estimation, how we're spending too much time. This has been basically an hour of defending someone, and you're trying to find multiple ways to try to do damage control. That's what I've seen. To me, it's more important to put the information out, and this should be like a little, like I said in the beginning or towards the beginning, this should be like a little side note. Hey, by the way, you talked about my friend, and I just want to say, he's legit, or blah, 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 whatever you want to say. But this shouldn't be, the foundation. I asked you about you joining the Masonic Lodge and how you got initiated, all these things, and you wanted to get into this and not talking about that. And that, to me, shines a poor light, Howard. I'm just being very blunt. It shines a poor light that you say, we'll get it. We'll talk about it. I just want to throw in there real quick. My friend, my friend, Conspiracy Music Guru, Alex Michael. I want to talk about that later. I'll answer your question now. But you really you were like game plan. For sure, I'm going to, boom, this is a game plan I'm going to do. I'm going to come out strong defending my friend, and I'm going to be very, very staunch and very, very, very strong about it. And you definitely did that, defending your friend. But a lot of people here, they're not buying it, unfortunately, Howard.
I'm glad that you've kept me on. I'm being as respectful as I feel like, I've got no reason to be rude or angry to you, and I appreciate that you're not being rude or angry.
Oh, no, the thing is this, Howard. The thing is this, and listen, I let you speak and I let you go on, and that's perfectly fine. A lot of people are upset in the chat, but I'm not going to just cut you off, mute you, all this kind of nonsense. I'm going to let everybody hear everything transparently, and we're speaking on a respectful tone. Everybody can come to their own conclusions on both sides of the fence. People that agree with me, the people that, for example, that are supporters of Alex Micah, of course, the Goon Squad, of course, Jaron, David Weiss, they'll make mention of this. Now that I probably said they won't, but that's actually a good thing. But yeah, this will be brought up on other platforms after the fact. And but the bottom line is, I've been at this for too long. I'm not stupid. I'm not gullible. I'm not naive. I see what's happening. I see people coming out. Initially, when I got involved with Truth, it was the most basic form of putting out truth. People were putting out videos solely with text, with videos. Very few people were actually talking. Very few people were showing themselves. It was just clip after clip with, a text on the screen. Did you notice this? Did you see that? Look at this fake act. That kind of stuff. So now it's completely become, next to network news production value. And see, this is the secret of that, why they do that. It's because it's easier for people that are used to mainstream media, high production value, to jump aboard with someone that has high production value on the opposite end, because it's a smooth transition. When someone has maybe not the best production, they're not the most articulate, the well-spoken individual, people tend to jump to individuals. Again, high production, very articulate, and that to them, in many people's eyes, adds to credibility. When we're really, to me, it really depends on what could be proven, and not how well someone speaks or how well the production value is. The truth should stand over everything. And again, I just see, I don't want to even bring up these people anymore, but like people like Jaron, It's just a show, entertainment. It's 5% quote truth, and not real truth at all. And it's slowly progressing into a talk show, like watching Real World and MTV and that kind of nonsense. And I want it to be, again, 95% truth, 5% entertainment's fine. But when you're 95% entertainment, making music videos, rap songs, dating shows, this and that, just nonsense. To me, it's just a complete distraction by intent to get people away from the real truth and water down truth. And that's what's happened, Howard. And again,
I agree.
Yeah. And here's the thing is, Howard, I'm going to be very honest. Now listen to me. I like your work, your debates, you've done, against these goons, which I'll show. Let's see if we can get that. Let me take that off there. Where was it at here? Hold on. We kind of got sidetracked here a little bit with all this stuff, and now my computer's freezing up a little bit. Just hold tight. It doesn't want to cooperate with me now for whatever reason. I had all the windows set up. Hold on here. Let's go to modern day debate. I want to just show, and that's the thing is, there's people that are involved with truth that do present some truth, that do put out good information. But that's part of pulling people in with their net. You need honey, you need sugar to pull a bear into a trap, and that's what's happened when it comes to truth. They're using some good information to pull people in. I get it, and Alex Jones has done this. Christopher Green, a lot of these people have done this, so it's nothing new. So I'm not impressed with just partial good information. I'm looking from A to Z. Does everything stack up? Does everything seem okay? Not just surface, but from top to bottom. Who are they promoting? All these kind of things. But let's get here. Let me get to the OBS side and show. I want to just show you something here. Let me get here to. Yeah, this is your stuff here, and I gotta set this up properly. Hold on. See that? I'm not even gonna do it. Maybe no, let's see here. This is the problem. Switching between Skype and Chrome Windows. I'm having issues. Let me get back to revert. This is not working out here at all. Hold on, everyone. Just bear with me, because we're going back and forth from Skype to YouTube. Everything gets screwed up here. So I just need everybody's patience here while I get this. Let me do this. Okay, there we go. It took a little effort, but we got it. So let me remove myself here as well. So we have this here. This is stuff you've done, obviously, Howard, on the modern day debate. And I can't stand the stupid opening song. It's just so rah. It's so frat boy type of nonsense. With this, I would never appear on this garbage modern day debate with the guy James and all. It's just actually I'm done with debates, But anyways, you debated.
What do you think of the logo?
Yeah, what's this, the?
Doesn't it remind you of the black cube of Saturn?
Yeah, there's always that cube effect, and it has the like almost like 3D. But yeah, there's always the symbolism, and of course these channels get propped up, and all that with the algorithm over Real Truth channel. So you debated people like T-Jump. This is Steve McCreep's son. This goon right here, that goober, who is very condescending, and everything they do is strategic. So when you're speaking, he sits there on his lazy boy chair, making these very animated faces. Like, without speaking, he's having an influence on the audience. Like, this guy's nuts. This guy's out of his mind. So these people think they're very clever, but I see through their techniques of, while I'm not even speaking, I'm going to have an impact on the audience by making all these faces. And you have this goober here, Mr. Sensible. I can't stand this guy. Another globetard.
He's got a slice of cheese pizza on his chest, on his logo.
Yeah.
Very, very. I mean, it could all be coincidental, but I'm totally for pointing these things out. I'm not going to say that he's I'm not going to accuse him of being a pedo or anything, but someone should warn him that his logo might, cause people to think that, because he's opening his shirt like Superman and there's like a slice of cheese pizza there, and we all know from Hillary Clinton emails and Pizzagate that they use code words because they think it's funny, and maybe even some kind of lesser magic to get people to ignore it. I don't know, but yeah, point out that I'll mention to James next time I speak to him that your logo looks a bit suspicious, and that's me giving constructive criticism. I can't guarantee if they're shills or not, but like I said about Speaker's Corner, YouTube and that loves getting everything recorded so that they know what we know. They're always able to stay ahead of us. So that's why I don't really want to spend time on these debate shows.
Yeah.
I will go there just to share the information I know with people like us that are having debates face to face and trying to wake people up face to face so that they can learn from the arguments I'm having, and maybe take some screenshots of the evidence I'm presenting and then go and apply it their own way. I feel like we should all learn from each other.
Yeah, I agree. Let me get this set up again here with the with the call here on Skype that we're running this through, and this is just something I'm going to have to do each time. I might try to open 2 different windows to do this next time. This is all a work in progress with this OBS, but nonetheless, yeah, there you are, there, Howard again. Should be on the screen now, and yeah, let me see here. But the bottom line is this. We're going to back up here a little bit, and I'm going to say it. Let me see here. So you guys see that fine? Hopefully you guys can see that fine with the, let me take a look here real quick. I apologize, everyone. Let me take a quick peek at the, yeah, we should be fine there on the Rockfin side. This is my perspective, being at this for a very long time. First, joining YouTube when it first started, 2005. First started putting some content out there in 2008. The very basic elementary stuff in 2008 on YouTube, and organically. And what I've seen is, I've been again at this so long, and I've seen people just show up, and their production value right off the bat, it's too well done. Like, there's nothing of like them just showing up at the scene, and their video production is not the best, and they work their way up as they get better software and this. I just see, boom, they show up, and it's like good as the mainstream media. That's a red flag to me. And people showing up in groups that are nowhere at the same time, it's a red flag to me. Now, what I'm going to get into is this, and hopefully, let me see here. Do you guys see that? Is it being spotlighted now on the what I'm screen sharing here on OBS? Hopefully, it's coming through the Rockfin. Anyways, there's a major delay on there's a major delay on Rockfin compared to OBS. Anyways, I can see it now. We're fine now. So this is what I want to get into. We as we know, you're going against the globe shills. So in your estimation, Howard, who are on the controlled opposition side? Who are the controlled opposition with Flat Earth?
Like I say, I don't really like to name and shame people, but I will happily say, like I said before, that Mark Sargent has done multiple appearances on a documentary where they showed him some evidence. He said, well, we're still going to believe it, aren't we, guys? And everyone was like, yeah. So I was like, wow, that looks scripted to make us look like a cult. You know, that. Let me
ask you this, Howard. Let me ask you that. Besides Mark Sargent, what about David Weiss? What about David Weiss against Professor Dave in that atrocious so-called debate? Where I said this, I'm going to set this up. Where I say this is what the theme I've seen with that piece of garbage, and I'll say Globebusters, Bob Nodell, that lying piece of garbage, Jaron, another piece of garbage, and David Weiss, a third piece of garbage. So, what I see is this. They preach to the flat earth core good information for the most part. Not always, but for the most part, decent stuff. And then when they get the spotlight on Behind the Curb with Logan Paul or whoever, then they look like complete morons, complete silly idiots. And now the opportunity to pass the real flat earth truth to a vast audience out there, they completely drop the ball. Jaron looking, like, if I have to, he was doing that experiment with the flashlight, and he was talking about, we know the Earth is flat if my friend on the other, whatever distance, I shine the flashlight, and he can see the light of the flashlight from that distance, we know the Earth is flat. But if he doesn't see it, we know we live on a curved globe. So during the experiment, I forgot who it was, Enrique or whoever, said, I can't see, or Jerry says, I can't see the light. And then he asked Enrique, whoever his name is, to lift up his light. And all of a sudden, it comes into view. He goes, and Jerry says, interesting. And this is for the mass audience to see that. Like, they're debunking, flat earthers are debunking flat earth. Just like Bob Nodell in the gyroscope so-called experience. We never seen him with the actual gyro. We never seen the actual experiment. It's just they show this 20K gyroscope on the screen, but you never see Bob Nodell with it, him conducting the experiment. We're told this is taking place, and if you ask Bob for the actual experiment, he never provides it. He gets very defensive. He gets very angry when you ask him, hey, Bob, where's the actual video of the experiment? He gets so angry and upset. He gets so defensive. And that's where I say, truth doesn't mind being questioned. Lies do. Lies don't like being scrutinized and looked under a microscope. So that's what it comes down to. And also, like I said, David Weiss doing an atrocious job against Professor Dave, so-called Professor Dave. And this is by intent to keep people away. Just the core's going to remain flat earthers, but you're never going to get the mainstream aboard because they're purposely made not to put out good info, to make flat earth look stupid. And anybody that tries to spin on the flat earth side, tries to spin David Weiss did a great job, wow. They are either dumb, they're shills, or there's no, it's like someone getting knocked out in a fight. And the person, and someone's coming along and saying, oh, that person that got knocked out, actually, they won the fight. That's how I kind of look at it, you know. But I want to get your thoughts on Bob, Jaron, and David Weiss.
Okay. So David Weiss, as a person, I've only spoken to him twice on video calls, like in a group video call.
Yeah.
He seemed okay. And I've seen that he does a lot of good work waking people up. So as a person, I can't really comment. I don't know him well enough. For his works, his general work is great, but I agree that his performance with Professor Dave was terrible. He should have had some bullet points written down to bring up that are totally, going to make people realize that maybe the Earth isn't flat, but it's definitely not a globe. This is why I'm against the term flat earther, because I feel like it's been demonized. It's been coined to discredit people that have an alternative worldview. When we say that we're globe skeptics, that just says that we're looking into it and we're a bit skeptical about the globe because we can see too far. We can see Venus in the morning before the sun rises, yet it's somehow reflecting sunlight from behind it, or when we see it after the sun set, after about half an hour we can see Venus at other times of the year twinkling in the blue sky again. And you say, well, if the sun's behind it, it can't be reflecting sunlight, so it's definitely emitting its own light. And that might not prove that the Earth's flat, but it proves that space and the globe is total bullshit. And like moonlight chills water at certain times of the month, which we can even manipulate the effect with a magnifying glass. These are all, and making, like I say, observations across water or along the coast where it's level, and you can increase the distance and you still get the same phenomena. We don't see any landscape hidden behind curvature, no matter the distance, no matter where the light source, the sun, is positioned. So these are experiments that we can all demonstrate for ourselves and get the same results, which I'm surprised he didn't bring any of them up, because they're the punchline points that the globe is alive, even if the Earth is more than flat, even if it's multidimensional or something that only the creator knows. We can all be sure that the globe is alive. So him calling himself Flat Earth Dave seemed a little bit trivial. FlatEarthDave.com, yeah, I'll tell him this to his face or on a video call. I've got no problem criticizing the way he named himself, the way he tried to prove flat Earth instead of proving the globe alive, and just not having himself very prepared. The idea that this Professor Dave got under his skin and ruffled his feathers, yeah, I can buy that. but he should have been expecting that from that Professor Dave's whole attitude in general, and he should have at least had some punchlines written down to bring back, to salvage the damage that was caused from Professor Dave's arrogance. So yeah, I totally agree. It was a terrible performance. It should be criticised. He should be ashamed of that terrible image that he's portrayed to the whole community and people that maybe were on the fence. Like my cousin sent me that video, like, look, another one of you guys lost. And I was like, yeah, there's more to it. But so I totally understand what you say. More damage than good was done by that.
Howard, I got to stop you right there, Howard. So my I want you to be concise with this answer. Do you think he's a shill or not?
I say if he is or not, and whether he is or not is not my problem. It's his problem in the eyes of the creator. He will be judged by the creator on the day of reckoning.
Fair enough, Howard. Howard. Fair enough answer. Howard, that's a fair enough answer. I just want to keep it I want to keep it the flow back and forth. I appreciate your answer, being concise with it. My thing is this: I have problems, and people know this already. In an interview about 9/11 back in 2015, he supposedly knew people that died. Just like D. Murphy supposedly saw the towers come down, so did David Weiss. Two flat earthers that are highly suspect, claiming they've seen the towers come down. D. Murphy said he saw an actual plane. So anyways, what I'm getting at is this. During this interview with K-Ham Radio, David Weiss claimed that, again, he knew two people that supposedly died in the towers. He was being grilled about it. And then he didn't know where they worked, didn't know their last names, all this stuff, but they hung out. A lot of things that... no, he knew their last names. I'm sorry. He didn't know where they worked. Let me just clarify. He didn't know where they worked. So what I'm getting at is this. They were grilling him about these people he supposedly knew. He produced a photo that was obviously photoshopped. It was complete garbage. And then his defense was, I don't know this much information about these people. He goes, look, I don't know where my own son works. This is 2015. So fast forward to 2022, in a conversation with me on the Baby Truther show, he tried using the same cards. Oh, I don't know where my own son works. So in that span, in 7 years, he doesn't know where his son works. Liars can't keep their lies. He forgot using that line in 2015. And people that do real research, they're going to find these liars and find their lies and expose their lies. So what I'm getting at is these people are transparent liars and fraud. So what's up with liars in truth? People that are intentionally lying, just like David Weiss going on an Australian radio show claiming he had COVID to all these listeners. So even flat earthers admit that COVID's real, so it must be real. That type of thing. Fake deaths with so-called flat earthers and COVID. So what I'm getting at is they're blurring the lines. They're not speaking the real truth when they get the opportunity. So hold on, Howard. So every opportunity, for example, David Weiss will tell every flat earther in a flat earth live stream, he will tell them COVID is fake. But when the big opportunity comes, he'll say COVID's real. Just like Alex Stein, that goober, going on mainstream media after being part of a flat earth live stream podcast, he goes on mainstream media and basically doesn't talk about flat earth at all. He's talked to some famous people. He says he's not a flat earther. So what's the point? You go from being a truther to a normie. So what's the whole purpose of being a truther? When you get the opportunity to speak the truth on a big platform, you revert back to being a normie. What's up with that? So, what I'm getting at, this is important. Just like we mentioned with Alex Michael, you have people that are supposedly truthers that are not speaking the truth when they get the opportunity. So, and these people are all working together. These people are all in the same pack. Just cannot be trusted. So again, what's up with truthers telling lies?
Yeah, it's bad. It's a bad habit to get into. No, honesty is the best policy. I had an opportunity on Spanish national TV about a year after I'd made my offer on Spanish national TV for 10,000, where I said, if anyone can show me half of the expected curvature that we're supposed to, show me landscape, buildings, mountain, an island, whatever, hidden to at least half of the curvature that there's supposed to be over that distance, and I'll pay you 10,000 euros. And I held my offer for 3 years. kept it on Facebook so that if anyone did publish evidence, everyone could see it. It was recorded. And in 3 years, I got like a few crappy entries, which were either atmospheric conditions, or one guy even used a black and white photo with Photoshop to try and edit it. There was nothing serious. But what I was getting to is I appeared on television again for something totally non-related about these gypsies that do gambling in the street that beat up a group of English guys on holiday really bad. And I caught it on camera. And eventually I had to put my camera away and help stop the fight because they were going to kill them. And because I published the video, because I was out doing activism, and I put my activism after the fight scene, it got like 330-something thousand, I'm sorry, number, but that's what it was, 330,000 views on Facebook. But then it got disappeared for no reason, no warning, no nothing. It got 80-something thousand views on YouTube, and it's still there, thankfully. But I came up on TV again, they're asking me about the gypsies, and I really just wanted to say, yeah, I was out doing activism about the globe lie because I can see too far, and I couldn't. I was more worried that I'd look stupid and do more damage than good. So I thought, just play it cool, and on the next interview, I'll say it, I'll prepare something. And I didn't get a next interview. They wrapped up and moved on to another story. So I can see that we do get opportunities and we might miss them, but I can also see your point that when we get a big opportunity, we should cash in and make the most of it. So I see that but just going back to judging people on their works, there are people like this blood over intent and promoting blood rituals to their following and promoting truth at the same time about the earth not being a globe. You really should do an episode on them because like I named them earlier, they're really up to some bad stuff and misleading people to some bad things, demonic, satanic practices. And you mentioned D. Murphy. I don't know him personally, but I will say that I'm totally against him promoting the drinking of urine. I mean, I'm sorry, but you're taking the piss, literally. That's a satanic practice. It's a satanic practice. Yeah. So why is he promoting that? And
he says he hates Jesus Christ. He said, listen, Howard, he says he hates Jesus Christ on a live stream with me. He hates Jesus Christ. David Weiss said the same thing. That also too. I don't listen. We got to stop here for a second. Remember, I asked you. You talked about David Weiss. You skipped over Bob Nodell and the experiment. I want to get into that and Jaron and his bogus experiment. But I'll let you continue. But let's get back to that. But I don't want to stop your point. I mean, I had to stop your point. I'll let you continue on with your point. But I want to get back to those two. Please don't forget.
I won't. So my main point is we must expose and call people out for doing things that are dangerous or wrong, but we shouldn't jump to conclusions. So back to Bob, terrible when they got him saying, if this comes out, we'll be in trouble. It looked staged, but I can't say for sure. I wasn't there myself. I wasn't behind the camera. I wasn't in on, were they setting him up or was it all this? I don't know. I agree with what you said that the experiment was never recorded. And I also think it's suspicious that he took so long to turn around and say, no, it was actually measuring the heavens turning above us, not the spin of Earth, but the ether or whatever you want to call it, that was spinning above us. So it's all very suspicious. He could have come up with it wasn't measuring Earth spin, it was measuring the stars above spinning. He could have said, why didn't they show the experiment, or how I did see it, I recorded it. So it's very, very suspicious about the Bob Nadal and Netflix thing. And I also thought before about Jaronism. When I do an experiment video, even if I'm a bit dyslexic and I get proton and electron mixed up for positive and negative, apart from a few little mistakes where I made my videos are short, like you say, concise. They show people how to check for themselves, and that's pretty much it. And then I get loads of people ridiculing me and saying I'm dumb, and I'm saying, well, send me counter evidence, because I'm more about seeing reproducible evidence from having been misled and indoctrinated into Masonry because I was looking for a way to serve the Creator, and I wasn't sure which book or which church to join, and I still aren't. but I see nothing but evidence in a creator. So I'm just searching for truth, trying to help others by exposing lies and not claiming to know anything, but showing what we don't know. And I feel that anyone that's pushing the name Flat Earth or Flat Earther, they should be criticized because the word's been demonized and coined for that purpose, like conspiracy theorists since JFK. And when I see Jeranism's earlier videos, I kept thinking, why is this an hour long just to make a simple observation? Like you say, it's more about entertainment. And I think that these people should be judged and criticized for these things. Yeah. I can't name him a shill. I can't say I don't know him. And even if I knew him, like I know Alex Michael, unless I see something that's irrefutable, I'm going to just say, yeah, I'm a little bit skeptical about that guy because of these things that he's done, whether it's drinking piss, signing oaths of blood, or even Santos Bonacci playing a harmonica in his debate against FTFE. It's very suspicious. Why would you do that? Why would you pull that out and allow them to make ridiculous? Like you said, there's a lot of things a lot of people, myself included, have done that are really up for debate and should be criticized. But I just don't think that we should jump to the conclusion and call people names because we really don't know for certain if they're part of a setup or if they are being set up themselves.
Well, here's the thing is, Howard, you know, again, myself being at this for a long time, I didn't just call them out initially. I sat back. I know a lot more than I say about a lot of people. There's other people out there I never mention until they come at me sideways, and that's what happens. People come at me the wrong way. Again, getting back to Jaron coming after my work, that's how it all started with the friction. People don't understand that, and again, I defend myself very firmly. Jaron pushing people like this goon in the RV Truth police car, Alex Stein in the back. Basically, this guy he used charm. Charm is deceitful to like contact me. Oh, RV, you're the reason I'm getting involved with Truth. Oh, I'm your biggest fan. This, and this in emails, on Patreon, on Jaron's channel, telling me, buttering me up, all these things. But that was again deceit, trying to get me to like not say anything about him. And then his, everybody's true colors come out. That's what I'm getting at, Howard, is we give everybody an opportunity until they do things that are highly suspicious. Then I call them out, and I give everybody the opportunity. But here's the thing: is again, the foundation of people in truth, it should be truth. If you're doing other things that are theatrical, I'm gonna have a close eye on you. If you come out, you're mainly a musician. To me, it's a lot of failed actors, failed musicians get involved. This is an opportunity. The conspiracy realm is a huge realm, and it's a good way to get a spotlight. And they're using this to jumpstart themselves for their own selfish reasons, finances. But getting back to what you're saying about proving without a shot of a doubt people are shills, once they're spotlighted in the mainstream media, they're done. As far as YouTubers, the bottom line is this is the honest response to people that are questionable. You have to look at their bank account. Do we see them getting a shill check or direct deposit from a government entity or a network? Until we see that, people, this is where the gray area comes. We don't see that, obviously. But again, with me, for example, they use my voice from a podcast calling all shooting hoaxes fake when it comes to the school shootings, Sandy Hook, Parkland, all these events, Orlando. They use my voice, but they never referenced me or my channel. Tosh O used my video clip from a video presentation on him. They didn't mention me by name. They just said, "Oh, this conspiracy theorist." No way to link it back to me. No way to say, "Oh, this is the guy." But with Alex Stein, 13 million people, on ABC. Not only, I'm just talking about the YouTube side of things. How many millions watch on the TV side? He's being heavily promoted. He's a YouTuber, and obviously he's getting the spotlight. He's controlled. He's a plant. So again, and who's promoting? Alex Stein initially was obviously the baby truthers. Jaron, David Weiss, the whole gang. So again, there's a network, and we have to be very clear and be very, very, aware of what's happening. That obviously, like I said, they're not going to let the alternative media be organic. They have to control it. And whoever these figureheads are, they're spotlighting. They're the ones that anybody follows truth long enough are highly, highly, highly suspect. And would you agree to be on a? I'm not talking about like your Spanish interview, relatively a smaller, maybe independent TV station. I'm talking about big time BBC, ABC, CNN, MSNBC. When you're spotlighted on one of those major networks, would they bring in someone not under their thumb, Howard, in your estimation?
Well, I'll go back to what you said about T-Jump, because that was a brilliant point. If somebody's invited to mainstream media and frowned at, like T-Jump with his funny faces while I was talking and stuff.
He does that with everybody, by the way. He does that with everybody. Strategy.
I'm glad you noticed. A lot of his following don't realise that that's his main trick, But yeah, I really like that you brought that up, because whenever someone turns up on mainstream media and they're laughed at and ridiculed or just smirked at, then I'm not so sure if they're in on the whole game. But if somebody is invited, especially multiple times, and they're given an open floor and they're given respect, then yeah, I totally agree that it might be something to be suspicious about.
Yeah, absolutely, because they want to control the narrative. They're not, if you have someone such as myself who go on there who's not controlled, and they'll know that I'll call out the controlled media and a lot of fake things. So again, you have someone that's supposedly truth or show up on the news networks, and again reverting basically into a normie. And the perfect combination for a quote conspiracy guy to show up on a major news network is don't deviate too far off the mainstream. You could talk about conspiracies to a certain point, but don't go full truth. Don't speak the full truth. Like that piece of garbage Alex Stein claimed he's not a flat earther. And David Weiss saying things like, "Oh, it's just strategy. It's just strategy." No, it's not strategy. It's lying. It's not being. That's the problem with people like David Weiss. These small hat people, they're so used to lying. It's like breathing, and they try to justify it, and their idiot followers just go along with, "Oh yeah, it's okay. He's lying. It's okay. He's lying." And he goes, "Oh, he's going to bring up flat Earth later." Well, how do we know Alex doesn't even have the opportunity to speak later? How is he so sure about that? How does he know this is not just a one-time gig and he's not going to be on the media anymore? So he's like revealing his cards, like he knows Alex is going to be spotlighted in the mainstream media. He's privy to that, and it's a strategy, supposedly.
It creates Stockholm syndrome, where the fans start making excuses for their mistakes instead of criticizing them. So yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. I got to really hit on that point of knowing, he's going to bring it up later. Well, what if it's a one and done thing? I really have to spotlight that and emphasize that. Just say, if I'm on there right away, boom. And the funny thing is, David Weiss, he did an interview with CNN back in 2019 saying, "Oh, I don't really want to be a flat earther. Who wants to be called an idiot?" And that's, does he ever say that to anybody in flat earth? But this is spotlighted on CNN. It's actually up in an article, and maybe I'll pull that out and show that. Let me see. I wasn't planning to do this, but just bear with me, everyone, so everybody can. And go ahead, Howard. You want to jump in and add anything?
I need to come clean, because when you were just talking about people in your material and not accrediting you, it just made me realise I might have done the same thing. Until this has ended and I can go and check, I've made a video called Space Exploitation. Yeah. And it was one of your videos that inspired me, because you were showing the SpaceX blatant, I don't know what you call them. But
Howard, stop right there, Howard. I'm gonna stop you right there. Why I'm gonna stop you? This is a different situation, because I don't have problem with anybody taking my work and putting it out there and sharing it. I said that many times. It's when people gain financially. Conspiracy music gurus selling T-shirts basically off of what I said, they live as they evil, and then selling it without contacting me. When ODD TV makes a shirt that says truth in movies, lies in the news, he stole that from me. Now he didn't ask me, but he's selling T-shirts with my slogan, not slogan, but something I coined, and he's cashing in on that, and that's the difference. I have a problem with. And with you using my work or anybody that's in good terms with me, it's perfectly fine. So do not apologize, Howard. I didn't mean to jump.
I'm going to
go
to that video. And if I haven't already, because that's the funny thing now, I'm not sure. But if I haven't put you as the narrator for part of it and linked to your channel, then I am sorry, and I will do that.
No worries, Howard. I'm all good.
No, I'm if I have or not, but in case I have, I am sorry, and to everyone listening, you're right. We should give credit where credit is due, and I'm sorry to stick up for Alex again, but there's a chance that he forgot where he'd heard it, or he might not have.
No, it was right after, Howard. It was right after I did the live stream, Howard. It was right after, just like right after me calling Alex Stein, Jaron, and David Weiss Baby Truthers. Right after he started pumping out Baby Truther T-shirts. Right after.
Maybe you both owe each other an apology, and you can make.
What should I apologize for, Howard? What should I apologize for?
I'm saying have him back on your show, or at least.
Hold on. What should I apologize for?
For saying he's a paid actor and just using his album cover and the clip where he was stood next to Logan Paul, where he was saying good stuff. Like I say, he wasn't making an idiot out of himself or saying anything silly. He was saying something to Logan Paul like, yeah, you should check this, check that. And Logan Paul didn't know what to say because he's used to having prepared scripts with people. So it seems to me like that interaction with Logan Paul was a genuine one, because he seemed a little bit uncomfortable when my friends met him. But when you're on about the one that he had with David Weiss, that did seem a little bit scripted, prepared. So I understand where you're coming from. I just hope that you and Alex can talk to each other, whether it's public or private, and figure it all out, because it just seems like you might have jumped to a conclusion because of all the correlations, which I totally see where you're coming from, that might just be coincidental, like by association, but not actually guilty of doing anything himself. But I could be wrong.
So hold on, Howard, hold on right here. So this is a documentary by Logan Paul, basically dissing Flat Earth. So you admit that David Weiss, part of that documentary, is scripted, but what happened with your friend is not. So that's like saying one part of this movie is scripted, one part is not. That doesn't jive with me.
Appeared is the key word. I said, and I will always say, it appeared to be scripted. It appears to be very suspicious. Okay. Whereas the interaction with Alex Michael and Logan Paul, totally different. If you see the camera, if you hear what they're saying to each other, totally different sound, totally different. There's no like pausing and zooming in on Alex's face, because Alex doesn't kind of get any reaction from him apart from some nervous, I don't really want to talk about it kind of reaction.
Okay, let's jump into this topic here. Let's jump on this topic real quickly here, and we'll get back to, because I just mentioned this. Now, this is what I'm talking about with that goober, Dumpster Dave, Wimpy Weiss, that piece of garbage, fake flat earther, that piece of garbage shill on CNN. This is on CNN's website, still up. Still up. This is him. This is regarding the flat earth conferences. This is from David Weiss being interviewed by CNN. I don't want to be a flat earther, David Weiss says, his voice weary as he reflects on his personal awakening. Would you want to wake up in the morning and want everybody to think you're an idiot? When has he ever said this during a live stream with flat earthers? But now that it's being spotlighted on CNN for all to see, millions upon millions of people, he's dissing, I don't want to be a flat earther. Who wants to be an idiot? So you see a problem here with these people? And this needs to be called out. No more messing around, Howard. No more messing around with these pieces of garbage, trash, that are just in it for the money. David Weiss even said in an interview with Robbie Davidson, aren't you happy? Aren't you glad that you're making such an impact on people? He goes, well, to be honest with you, I'm not doing it for that. I'm doing it for selfish reasons. For myself and my son. They're just telling you. And there's no excuse for this. Hopefully you guys, let me take a look here. I'm going to actually zoom this in a little bit so you guys can see this. What a piece of crap. This piece of garbage. David, I don't want to be a flat earther. Who wants people to think you're an idiot? Again, he's never said this on a flat earth live stream talking to people about flat earth. But, when I get the spotlight, I'm going to diss flat earth. So I'm being repetitive here, but I really want to hammer this point. What's happening here? So every opportunity flat earth is presented mainstream by so-called flat earthers, they do things like this. And it pisses me off, and I'm tired of it. And no more excuses, no more, everybody should defend themselves. There should be no attorneys for anybody. Everybody should defend themselves. That wimp, Alex Michael, should be defending himself in a video or trying to contact me. He's never done that. So why are you here defending him earlier when he says, hey, I want to let you know, RV, that Alex wants to talk to you, man to man. That's a different story. And let us hash it out instead of you acting as an attorney. So this is why I'm so firm and adamant about this. And he's featuring, on his channel, he's featuring David Weiss, who's saying things like this. That's why I have a major problem. I get that. I thought it'd be a good topic for discussion because it relates to why people should sit and listen to me when I'm literally telling people I used to be a Mason. Yeah. So that's why I brought it round with Alex, because I thought it's all kind of similar, because just because he's associated with people that have done a lot of suspicious and even damaging, whether it was because they've taken it out of context or purposefully, I can't say for sure, but I can only say that I don't see Alex, anything that Alex has done, as damaging as any of the other examples we've given, or as life or soul threatening as this blood over intent, piss drinking, and all these other kind of new age. Is it you said Eric Dubai? Maybe misleading people to the New Age movement and stuff. Yeah. So I get what you're saying, and I'm totally for calling people out for doing things that are wrong or could have been done better. But I just don't feel like we've actually touched on anything that Alex has done bad, apart from being stood next to Logan Paul and associated with these movements. But talking to him. But this is what I'm getting at, and we know this, Howard and everybody else listening in. They're going to give us some truth. They're going to give us some stuff, but that's initially to pull in the herd of. This is what it comes down to. There's the people that believe the mainstream media in the beginning. Now they jump on the conspiracy realm, and now they're used to being led by people. So they're being led by liars in the mainstream. Now they convert to, for example, conspiracy realm, flat Earth, 9/11, all these things. Now they're looking for someone else to lead them instead of having their own mind and figuring things out for themselves. So people in truth that are real, they're going to see this. The people that follow, they're just used to following and listening, and they don't know how to maybe create videos and really do deep research. But these are things, again, being at this for so long, seeing people show up out of nowhere. And I said this when Flat Earth really first started, the new wave in 2015. I said, look, this is controlled. Before it went in the mainstream media, before it was talked about by Tila Tequila, Shaquille O'Neal, Kyrie Irving, all these famous celebrities. I said that was going to happen. I said, watch, you're going to see it spotlight on the news, on CNN, BBC, and you're going to see celebrities talking about it. Boom! It happened shortly, a year later, that happened. So I see what they're doing. And I said it, 9/11 is getting stale as a debate. Flat Earth, as it's presented, is not as it seems. I believe there's other aspects of it. The mainstream pushing of the model, it's like this. It's like the Illuminati card game, where it states, flat earthers know something. People laugh at flat earthers know something. They know that we don't live in a globe. Basically, I just look at it simple as this: there's peaks and valleys. It's not exactly flat. Obviously, it's peaks and valleys. Water's level. Everybody's head is pointing towards the sky. And what goes on beyond that, I believe there's the 360, Antarctica. I believe that. But the land formations and how everything works exactly, the way the sun behaves under the firmament, under the dome, it's just the best analogy I have is get a halogen lamp and put it in your room and put the halogen lamp close to the wall. The light goes in every which direction. It behaves differently depending where it's at. That's kind of like when people try to debunk flat Earth based on the sky, the lights. Well, lights behave, again, differently depending on what's above it. So that's why I tell people, focus on the ground, not what's above us. So I'm kind of deviating a little bit, but I really want to harp on, we have to separate, from these people that are failing miserably. Do not feed them, starve them. Don't give them a penny of your money when they're only at this for the money aspect. That's all they're in it for the money. And that's it. That's it. David said, I'm doing it for selfish reasons. I'm doing this for myself and for my child, for my son. So he even says it, and people still throw money's way. Stealing the app idea from Stinky Cash, stealing the friend finder idea from Zoom Truth. He steals. He's a plagiarizer, and he's a piece of garbage in my estimation. And I didn't really want to harp on these idiots too long, but I've been doing it way too much lately. I really want to get involved and stick to mainly truth. But since you're here defending Alex Michael, who's in the same group with them, featuring their channels, I have a major problem with that. If he changes his ways, he makes a video saying, you know what, I listened to RV's live stream with Howard George Stirrup. I've came to new conclusions. I'm not featuring them anymore. I'm going to have no association with these guys. Then I'll come out and say, hey, Alex has seen the light. I'm going to take back what I said. Not until then. Not until then.
Do you remember when I mentioned that we give way too much spotlight to serial killers?
What serial killers? They're all fake. Jeffrey Dahmer's a fake. It's a psyop.
I mean, that's another point. But I mean, it's supposing that there are some real serial killers.
Which
they
one?
were probably inspired by the fake serial killers that but the mainstream media promoted so much to normalize and make people think that it may be something to work towards. Well, my point that I was trying to make with that before was, you've only got to look at the Tupac Shakur and Notorious B.I.G., where their record labels told them, you guys have got to have beef. You've got to create a war between the East Coast and the West Coast. Even if you guys are really friends, we need to pretend you're enemies because it creates a lot of noise and you'll both get from it. Well, here's my point, and I'm not trying to accuse you of anything. I'm just saying, be careful, because if you're right and some of these people are agents or paid actors, then you might be you've just said it yourself, you might be spending way too much time talking about them, giving them spotlight, and people might be finding them thanks to you because you're talking about them so much, because repetition is the best form of mind control, and the subconscious can't.
Yeah, Howard, let me jump in there. I'm glad you brought this up. Let me jump in here real quick. So this is the thing is, my last live stream, I said I don't want to talk about them anymore. I want to move on to truth. But the thing, not the problem, but the thing is you asked me to jump aboard and for a live stream with me, and so that's why we're going in that direction again. But last live stream, I said I'm done. I want to move on. I want to talk about current events, and actually, the majority of my last stream that's what I was covering. The fake shootings, the one in Texas, the one in Buffalo, New York, talking about the food shortages, all these things. But since you're here, we're talking about Alex Michael, I have to paint a picture of the whole scenario where he's involved. He's basically side by side with David Weiss, with Logan Paul. They're at the same scene together. It's highly, highly suspicious. A man from Spain flies all the way to the U.S. Where Logan Paul's located. It was planned for him to be there. He didn't fly all the way from Spain and not have the opportunity to be face-to-face with someone that has 40 or 50 million subscribers on YouTube. In my estimation, this is planned. And Alex tries to paint a picture, this is just spur of the moment. So I'm not buying it. And like I said, we're going over this over and over again. Let Alex defend himself. You don't have to be his lawyer, his attorney. And he can make his own video making his own defense. You don't have to do it for him. If he's a man of his own, he'll come out and say, RV made some claims, and I want to shine a light on this in my perspective and let everybody know, that it's not true, blah, 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 whatever he's going to defend himself. Let him do it. You don't have to be his attorney. You don't have to be his lawyer.
No, like I said, as people, I can't defend anybody, even people I know. I can only defend their actions and the works that they've contributed. So I hope that you're wrong about my friend Alex Michael, because it would be a shame to lose somebody that's contributed such a vast amount of work in different fields and even gone towards, like I say, children's books and stuff. It would be heartbreaking and very discouraging if you were right.
Well, I'll say this. If he made those children books and all proceeds go to children, how much of the proceeds are going to the actual to children?
Well, I don't really agree with that. Hardly any charitable organisation. When I went to Peru with my friend, a chiropractor, we took money that we'd raised and we spent it in macro to buy food, rice, toothpaste and stuff, and donated it to the orphanages because we didn't trust the people that ran the orphanages. I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong, I'm a bit dyslexic.
Don't worry about it.
I understand that charitable organisations maybe can't be trusted, but I know myself, I've done a lot of work. I know Alex a lot of work where he's forked out his own money, spent time, and he's not hardly getting anything back for it. And if he went to the Denver convention because he thought that it would be good to help promote him as an artist and help him get some money back for the time that he spends in his studio, I can't fault him for that. I think that, if he can make money while promoting a good message, go for it. My YouTube channel isn't monetized, and I've been told, I've monetized my channel, but none of my videos, because there was a time when I thought we were going to get deleted if we weren't monetized. And people have said to me, you should monetize and you'll get more views, because if YouTube makes money, they'll promote your stuff more. They won't shadow ban it as much. So there's different arguments to every...
Listen, Howard, I get it. I don't have a problem with someone, for example, they dedicate a lot of time to truth and they make some, but when it's, what is the real purpose? There's multiple aspects. If they're speaking real truth and people are contributing, that's one thing. But if you're a deceiver, you're part of the shill network, you're taking money from people that are well-attended people that want real truth, you're manipulating people. And definitely, if you're a plant, Rod Berg said it very well. It should be tarred and feathered if you're not speaking the real truth. And again, getting back to people like David Weiss, who basically admits, yeah, it's okay to lie. It's okay to go on Australian radio show and say, I had COVID when COVID's fake. Have the balls to say, you know what, this is not the topic at hand. You're deviating. COVID's fake, and I want everybody to know that out there. But David's a shill. He's a piece of crap. And he's lying to people saying he had COVID. I have a real problem with that. That's nothing to do with Alex Stein. But here again, Alex Michael is promoting David Weiss, who's a deceiver, who's not putting out, he's in horrible debates, putting out the wrong message that COVID's real. So this is where I'm getting at. This is why I like to do my own independent videos. I don't like to be part of any group, because once you're part of a group, you stop thinking. You start being, it's groupthink. That's why I have a problem with the mainstream media and the mainstream truth. They're controlling both sides. And again, it's so transparent that all these people in Flat Earth came out approximately the same time, 2015 and 16. It's just amazing. And they all have, amazingly enough, experience in the media. Former failed actors, former musicians. They all have I want to be famous. I want to be famous. It didn't work, but I'm being used in this platform. They're pushing me to utilize me in something else. So they couldn't make it as a mainstream artist, but we have something else for you. Do you want to do this? That's what I'm looking at. All these people. David Weiss admitted being in all these commercials. Jaron admitted to trying to be an actor. It didn't work out. So all these people have these positions where they try to be, they try to make an entertainment some way or another. That's highly suspicious. Myself, my background, working at Costco wholesale in San Bruno, California. That's my background. That's what I did for a living. And working the late night shift. So I'd work from 3 in the morning to 11 a.m. I get home, take a nap, and I watch the nonsense of the news, and I cut a lot of things, spending a lot of time looking at things. So, look at someone's background. They'll tell you a lot about who they are and their future as well. If, for example, someone tells me they're a former Satanist, more than likely they're currently a Satanist trying to pass themselves off as legit. Why? Because if you found out they were former Satanists, of course, you would tar and feather them. So they have to admit it themselves. Because if anybody dug deep, they'll say, hey, you're passing yourself off as a truther. We found out you're a Satanist. So they have to divulge it themselves. Just like so many people, for example, with that psyop with JFK, they admitted Lee Harvey Oswald was, was sent to Russia, part of the military, all these kind of things. So nobody finds out for themselves. They, hey, look, there's a lot of suspicious things happening. So once they divulge it themselves, quote, it doesn't look as suspicious. So again, to just round it all off, the whole truther community that's being spotlighted, that gets interviewed by CNN, Jaron and David Weiss, they were on Vice, where a lot of Christ actors have been interviewed. Right there, and then it tells you they're controlled. They're controlled by, and of course, Vice on HBO. It tells you they're controlled. And anybody that can't see it, they're either dumb or they're in denial. That's simple.
Well, remember before I said about the controlled opposition took lead of the Black Panthers.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that the Black Panthers weren't true, pure-hearted, activists. It's just that they took over the organization. They got people into the key places.
Howard, stop right there. I get what you're saying with that. You mentioned it earlier. But would you agree, anybody from for example, the Black Panthers that would be put on CBS or NBC or BBC, would have someone that's controlled Black Panther or someone that's speaking their own volition that's not controlled? Let me ask you that.
If they were on multiple times and had a favorable interaction, like we said, if they're being smirked and chuckled at, then it all depends on how it goes, how they are welcomed and stuff.
So let me ask you this: if you're behind the mainstream media, you had an opportunity to decide we're going to have controlled Black Panthers or non-controlled on our network. Well, we're going to give these non-controlled Black Panthers and the ability to speak in front of millions of people. We don't know what they're going to say. We don't know what they're going to do, but we're going to bring them on anyways. Not going to happen, Howard. Let's get real here. Let's be real. Yeah. There's too much at stake. There's too much at stake to let people that are organic to appear on their networks, to be spotlighted on CNN, to be put on Vice. In Vice, they cover the fake Paris event in Paris, France. They covered a lot of fake things. And now you're going to have two flat earthers come on it. They're going to be legit? No way. No way. Let's wake up, Howard. Let's be real, Howard. Let's not be wishy-washy, and let's call a spade for what it is, a spade. And let's not try to sugarcoat anything and say, you know what, this is very suspicious. I agree. If honestly, Howard, you'd say, you know what, I agree with you, RV. Alex Michael, he has to disassociate himself with people like Jaron, David Weiss, and the whole Goon Squad. If you said something like that, like I don't think he's in good company, I'd see that. But you're just like sugarcoating everything.
I agreed with you from the get-go that he could. We're considering him guilty because of his association to people that have done things that definitely should be criticized and questioned.
He's arm in arm with them, Howard. He's arm in arm with them, promoting them, been there with them side by side, yes.
But he's never been on Vice. Now, you were talking about...
Well, Vice, that's only one... Listen, Alex Stein has not been in Vice. Doesn't mean Alex Stein is legit either.
No, I mean, Nathan Oakley, who you've mentioned a few shows back. He's been on Vice.
That's not good. I'll say it right there. Honestly, right there, Nick, I'm not going to say it, but you guys can figure it out. Everybody can figure it out. Everybody can figure it out.
I can't say if he's still or if he's just invited and told what kind of things he could say. I don't know, but it's definitely suspicious. And I agree with you that we should keep an eye on people and see how they act and what they achieve, whether it's productive or destructive. But I can't claim to know if anyone in particular is a shill. I can only judge them by their acts.
It's like this. Going way back, way before Flat Earth, there's a guy in Montreal, Canada, Police State Radio. He was supposedly married to Truther Gersonia, which was big at the time with the whole 9/11 debates. And I talked to him, and I said, look, this is between you and I. there's a lot of things highly suspect about you. I said, look, I'll talk to you, but there's a lot of things highly suspect. As long as you do no harm to me, I don't have a problem with you. But, this is I'm just being honest. This is the very initial beginnings. Way back, he was just dead silent. And then he shows up with Truth or Girl Sonia on a video. She's wearing a blue shirt. He's wearing a red shirt, red and blue, purple. And then she was talking about their child, and he's making these funny faces like, come on, people are actually buying this. Like, it was mockery. And I started making flat earth videos years later. And then he came out calling me, this art, Russianvids. He's saying this. We live in a flat earth, and he was just, from calling me in chat. Hey, brother. He'd always call me brother. He was there for all my videos, and then out of nowhere, boom, he's saying, derogatory things about flat earth, and and after that, he tried to talk to me. I'm like, I'm done with you. There's nothing to talk about. But getting back to Nathan, I'm just going to be honest. I got to be consistent. Very bad on Nathan for being on Vice. Not good at all. And I cannot sugarcoat that. I'm going to say it, and I don't care if Nathan hears this. If you're on Vice, you're controlled. Period.
Well, he was on very early. It was
Doesn't matter. They always been. Listen.
That's what I'm saying. 2017, 2018.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. They're controlled. Listen, they're controlled network, Howard. They're controlled from the beginning. Not like they'd be controlled later. They're controlled. They're on HBO. They're have their controlled people involved, and that's why I'm saying that it's very suspicious that he was on Vice so early before he even got a name. Before he had like he's done thousands of debates, and I hope that he isn't a shill, and I hope that he's working hard, and he just got handpicked, and they made him look a bit silly, like they tend to do on mainstream media. To people every time, Howard. Every time a flat earther goes on there, they drop the ball. They look like complete morons. They do stupid things, and I seen it, and it wasn't a good reflection. Hey, I was gonna have a live stream with Nathan. That never happened. I said Nathan, I guess someone talked to him and said don't do it, because why else would he agree to it? Then all of a sudden I said let's do it. He hasn't responded to that ever since then. So that's to me, it's very highly suspicious. And hey, what I think is what I'm gonna say. I don't like. Oh, I'm not gonna say that, but I have to be. Obviously, that's who I am. I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be consistent with my view on things. But definitely, what we're getting at, Howard, this is controlled. They cannot let people like myself or anybody organic have a strong foothold and be part of the media, being spotlighted, be on the upper part of the algorithm. Right now, David Weiss's video is number 3. When you type in Flat Earth on YouTube, there's David Weiss acting like a complete moron, a so-called Flat Earther, and it was just atrocious. At the very end, he's spinning like a little globe, saying how the light should shine different. Like, no, if you get a spotlight, no matter where you turn the globe, wherever the angle is pointing to the light, that's where the sun's going to be. That's where it's going to be spotlighted on the fake globe. David's like, if you turn the globe, the light will be more. It should be more on this side. I'm like, no. Even Professor Dave made David Weiss look like an idiot, and that was by design. Just like David Weiss looked like an idiot in front of Logan Paul. So we're going on and on about this a lot, and I definitely want to move on to again getting. Yeah.
I think we can agree on this though.
Yeah.
I'm sure that everyone listening and yourself would agree that we're in a spiritual war. Yeah,
absolutely.
Absolutely. I don't want to say chessboard because people say, "Oh, look, he's a Mason."
Oh, you were a Mason.
We were all being played by spiritual forces, temptation and all that kind of stuff. As the Bible and many other religious books warn us about, even there is a spiritual war going on. Would you agree that just like I agree that you're right, that controlled opposition would come out of nowhere, it would support each. I totally agree with what you're saying about the controlled opposition having existed and forever will exist to control the alternative narratives. But would you agree that God also, or the Creator, I prefer to say, works in mysterious ways and also is involved in this spiritual war? And
I've heard, listen,
vessels that have popped up out of nowhere, and Alex Michael, for example, myself, you, we could all just have been at the right place at the right time, knowing the right stuff, whether it's from divine inspiration or just personal experience. I don't claim to know how everything works. I'm just saying there's a chance that a lot of these faces that have been purposely, like I say, that they'll, come and join us, come and take photos with us, do this gesture with us, so that they can defame them and discredit them later and say, look, they're all associated. There's also a potential that some of the people that we're suspicious about, like I said, Nathan Oakley, could actually be working for the side of good, and we should just point out the bad things that they've done or things that they've done that have been misconstrued. Because we need to keep an eye on things and make sure that we don't make the same mistakes that others have, and that people don't make the same mistakes again themselves.
Well, I heard this years ago, and this is not a new concept, Howard. Well before Flat Earth, people would say that, make the same excuse for Alex Jones, that he's doing this for the good, and God's using him as an instrument. Like, no, they wouldn't spotlight anyone unless they were under their wing. They're not going to let someone that's not under their wing on their mainstream media that has too much impact, too much influence, say something that can go against the grain. They must control it. They're not, Howard, they're not under 80% control, the people that own the media. They're not under 90% control, not 95%. They're under 100% control who appears, and they know what they're going to say before they say it. They know how it's going to go. You cannot have someone organic show. It's like watching a movie. You expect some guy from the street to break in the studio and just show up in the movie? That's the same way that TV news works. You're not going to have Alex Stein on primetime TV and just be organic. He's got to be controlled. It's got to be under their thumb. It's very frustrating to me. It's so very simple. All this is so very simple.
I see what you're saying, but like I say, I haven't seen Alex Michael, the conspiracy music guru, on any mainstream media outlets. I've only seen him doing interviews with other YouTubers and associating with YouTubers that have been on the mainstream media multiple times. So, until I see more evidence, I'm going to go with my gut feeling and say that I think you've made a mistake with Alex Michael, and that because of his association with other people that are making big mistakes on big opportunities, that we might have, like you say, that the waters might be on purpose to cause division within ourselves, and so that we lose focus on sharing reproducible evidence, and without realizing it, we're giving spotlight to potential shills, and it's just wasting our own time as well as our audiences. But I totally see where you're coming from, and I really hope you and Alex get to have a good talk.
Well, I'll just say this. I'm going to be very clear on this. With all these individuals that are getting the spotlight, again, with Alex Michael, promoting people like Weiss, Jerry, and all that. So it's, again, not just one thing; it's multiple things. And for him, like I said, for him to come clean and say, "Hey, I made a mistake promoting these people," it was a bad mistake. But one thing I should back up here, which I was going to say earlier. I've been consistent, Howard, when it comes to calling out people. For example, I'm sitting on the sidelines after Richie from Boston and I are going after David Weiss, Jaron, and other people, High Impact Flicks. I look at who takes whose side. So I don't say anything. So I see, boom, Patricia Steer taking the side of David Weiss in public. So guess what? You're a target. I seen David Weiss, after my stream, take the sides with what's his name? High Impact Flicks. David Weiss and I, we know each other for a long time. We've had off and on so many times. I deleted him off Skype at least 3 times prior. We had problems. So I'm getting at is, David Weiss only cares about his small hat self. He even said it himself. I'm doing this for my own selfish reasons. So I know David, what he told me about appearing on High Impact Flicks. He goes, this is before the problems happened. He goes, look, this guy has like over 500,000 followers. I can sell a lot of apps. I prefer not to go on Flat Earth channels. Most everybody there has my app. I want to go on non-Flat Earth channels. So David sees dollar signs. Going on High Impact Flicks, I can sell a whole boatload of apps to non-Flat Earthers. And so he took the side basically with high impact flicks for financial gain for himself. No loyalty to anybody because he's a selfish piece of garbage. He even admitted he's selfish. He said, I'm selfish. I'm doing this for my own selfish reasons. So what I'm getting at is this, to be more concise, I went after people that took sides with people that I went after. Alex Michael made it clear that he's taking sides with David Weiss and Jaron. He made it perfectly clear. So he became a target. So he has to thank himself for that. And I'll end it there.
Can I just say to you and your audience, I really hope that nobody thinks I'm taking sides with anybody. I'm trying to play the middleman and just bridge together what could be a mistake, and just say that it might be worth talking directly to each other.
Why do you contact me? Hold on. Why hasn't Alex Michael contacted me directly? Last time I messaged him, I'm going to be clear about it. Last time I messaged him, he ignored the message. After all this with David, we went back and forth on messages. He ignored me after this. After I contacted him, after it all went down, he saw my message. I saw that he saw it. He didn't respond back. I'm like, he's done.
Yeah,
he's done.
A lot of the time, people don't know if they should.
Hold on here, Howard. Now you're going to play defense attorney again. Listen, now you're. Hold on, Howard. Hold on, Howard. Now you're playing defense attorney again. You're playing that role of defense attorney, giving him every opportunity, giving the benefit of the doubt. You're acting like a defense attorney, a lawyer, and everything is positive towards his side. Nothing is like, yeah, you're right, RV. He should have responded to you. That would make you look good, Howard, if you said that. But you're always taking the side and every opportunity to defend him.
No, I said some people. I was going to bring it back to myself. Some people don't like to get involved in other people's beef or whatever you want to call it. Whereas
then tell me. Then say. Hold on, Howard. I got to stop you there. All you got to say is, look, RV, I don't want to get involved with this. That's between you guys. Why didn't you even say it? He could have said that. No communication, ignoring someone that you had on a stream on my channel was like, okay, he's disrespecting me by not responding. He's obviously doesn't want to communicate, so I'm done with him. And now this is the repercussions. So, for every action there's a reaction. All I say, RV, I'm good with you. Listen. All he had to say was this, RV, I'm good with you. Please don't say anything. I don't want to get involved with this. That's between you guys. He didn't say anything, so he's done.
Well, I hope that you guys get to speak, because I'm pretty sure that you've taken it personal. He avoids WhatsApp and Messenger and stuff as much as possible because he's getting bombarded. And like myself, he keeps his phone on airplane mode and stuff as much as possible. So he might have the intention to have answered you. But I don't know. Like I say, I'll leave it to you guys. But yeah. I just thought I'd share what I know and what I think from what I've seen, action and work-wise, and know personally. I can't claim to know anything, not even the shape of the earth. I only know what it isn't. I don't know what it is. I'm a globe skeptic, and I'm also what would you call it, a shill skeptic. I'm aware that shills will exist in every movement, even the geology movement, and history, the academia. I'm aware that shills exist, and I'm aware that controlled opposition would work these ways, and I'm aware of people's actions that would cause such concerns. I'm just a little bit against name calling because it's conclusive, and we're better off just pointing out what people do wrong and could do better and move on to not give them so much spotlight. But that, let's move on here. Let me ask you something. So as far as you're concerned, because I asked the same questions to a lot of flat earthers, do you believe that, in the God in the Bible, Jesus Christ? I believe that there's a creator of the earth, and that he's inspired people to write a book, and that book's been manipulated, translated, and I can't be sure of the name, if Jesus Christ is the correct name, because it's like in English.
Yeshua, yeah.
But I totally see sense in the devil, Satan being the god of this earth. So it's like hell on earth if we don't, work together as a human race, that this place is going to get more and more the way he wants. and that we've been given an opportunity to use our free will to do the right thing, and that the only way out of this, trap or whatever you want to call it, is to follow the steps that the Creator lived. So I understand that it makes logic that the Creator would manifest and live a perfect life without sin to show people that it's possible. Maybe not for us because we're human, but that it's, that you can aim for it, that's where you should, put your focus. Aim high and you'll jump higher than if you just hop, So I totally see sense in the story of Jesus Christ. I just can't commit to the name. I can't commit to the timeline, because after watching so much stuff on Mudflood and seeing star forts and things, it looks like the whole timeline could have had 1,000 years added to it, and that if the Creator had it might have only been 1,000 years ago, not 2,000. So there's so many things that are up for debate that I can't commit to a name and to a timeline or even a location. It could be that this all happened in America and it didn't actually happen in Jerusalem. So it's like there's so many things up for debate, but I see sense in the Creator manifesting, living a perfect life, and I also see logic in the devil trying to tarnish that whole story. And we know that the Bible and
Howard,
Jesus is the most ridiculed in Hollywood. No other religion ridiculed apart from the story of Jesus. So yeah, I'm kind of there. Yeah, but I'm open-minded.
And Howard, I apologize. I interrupt you on a crucial part, and I apologize. And you were saying some stuff there at the end. Now let me ask you this: when you joined the Masonic Lodge, we all know this. Anybody that knows anything about Masonry, of course. Atheists are not welcome. You must believe in a deity. Which deity did you speak upon before entering the lodge that you believed in?
The Creator.
Which one is that? Which one? Because there's Lucifer. There's Lucifer, that people believe he's the grand architect. There's people believe in Allah. So which specifically? The one from the Bible?
That's a good point. When I say right, I'll put it this way: the grand architect of the universe is the deceiver, because the universe is fake. So all the calculations and all the theories, scientific theories, call them what you want, they haven't been created. They are just theoretical. They are imaginatory. They're calculations that don't necessarily exist in reality. So when I'm talking about a creator, I'm talking about the creator of the reality that we live in, the creator of space, time, and I don't mean outer space, I mean physical space, time, and everything outside of that. I think that the Lucifer, the Satan characters, whether it's the same or different characters, they are imposters. They are pretending to people that think that they should follow that ideology, that's the grand architect of something, but it's fake. So if it's the architect of something fake, then it's not the creator of anything. So my best answer is the true creator of life, space, time, everything that we can perceive and understand, not the grand architect of a fake universe that people, and myself included, mistook for the creator.
Good enough. I want to get to the point. This is where I'm coming down, and this is basically the last question regarding on this topic as we move forward, and we're going to get to your video as well. Do you believe to be saved, the only way to God is through Jesus Christ? That's the only way, according to the Bible, that's the only way to the Creator is through Jesus Christ. Do you believe that or not?
I'm going to give you as short an answer as I can. My friend Ben Tinker, the chiropractor I went to Peru with, we had a lot of conversations about stuff like this, because I'm like, what about a murderer? If believing Jesus just before he dies, what, he goes to heaven, and some girl that was born in Afghanistan and given a Quran that's never done anything wrong goes to hell? And he says, no, God makes exceptions. I said, but what about the people that claim to know Jesus? He says, for you to say that you know Jesus, even if that's not the correct name, but to actually...
Or Yeshua. It could be Yeshua, yeah.
Yeah, or Emmanuel. There's loads of... Or Jesus, as we say in Spain. So I think my friend Ben put it me in a great way. He says, look, for you to say you know the Creator, or that you want to
believe. It's more important to believe.
Yeah. He says you've got to have a relationship with him, and you can't have a relationship by just saying you believe. You have to prove that you believe by trying to get on with him, because deep in your heart, in your gut, you know what's right and wrong. You know what's moral and immoral. And if you're trying to do the right thing and you're asking for guidance and you're humble to admit your mistakes and that you need guidance and that you want to be filled by the Holy Spirit and not any dragon or demonic spirits or whatever that Kanye West and people are talking about, then I think that, to actually have a relationship is the main thing, to actually serve, to give your life in service for exposing lies and helping people see why they should also try to serve the Creator and not themselves and no other demonic entities.
Yeah.
Because we're all being tricked. Everything's an illusion, life itself.
But here's the thing: Howard, I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to interrupt you. Thank you for your response, but I want to just jump in and say this. With all the lies, I said this so many times. With all the lies, they're going to leave the truth out there. Nothing's hidden in this world. It's like a big game to the people that run the devil's playground. God has ultimate authority, the Creator, but it says in the Bible, 2 Corinthians 4:4, how Satan is the god of this world. He's blind of the minds of those that don't believe. So this is the analogy I have for people about Jesus Christ and building a relationship. It's like this. Say, for example, you live in a house and someone knocks on your door. You don't know them, and they want to come in. It's not going to happen. Most cases it's not going to happen anyways. Once you get to know that person, once you build a relationship, and there's trust, if that person knocks on your door, you're going to let them enter. That's kind of the same analogy that I would have as far as people born and raised, like, for example, in Africa, never introduced the Bible. I'm sure there's exceptions to that. Only God knows. Only the Creator knows. But it's fair to say that people that know, that are given the opportunity, that understands this, they're given an opportunity to make a choice, and that's how I see it. But I'm glad. Listen, Howard. I want to say, pause for a second. We've been going for 2.5 hours, and I appreciate you being on my platform. There's been back and forth, and nothing. Maybe voices raised, but nothing condescending. Nothing to the point where. Like there's anger, there's maybe frustration about certain things, but I appreciate you coming on my platform to speak about these things. Even though some people in the chat may be upset or whatever, it's good to have these dialogues. It's good for people to look at everything, to analyze things. After everything is said and done, people can come to their conclusions on many things. You might, after the fact, say, hey, you know what? I really defended Alex Michael way too much, and it makes me look like, hey, I was put up to it. People come to their own conclusions on everything, but I'm giving you every opportunity to speak. I could be long-winded, you could be long-winded, but you're a very well-spoken man. Now what I want to get into is, before I look at the chat and read things off in the chat, I want to get back into the initial question that I asked 2.5 hours ago. How did you get into the Masonic Lodge? Who introduced you? Okay. What was the initiation like? How did you make your way out after 3 years?
I'll be as concise as possible. I'd come across some videos on YouTube, like the famous Illuminati in Hollywood, where you see all of the different symbols and triangles and pyramids and stuff in movies. And I was like, oh my God, there's really a evil organization taking over the world. And I showed the video or mentioned some stuff to a friend from where I had my curtain shop in Benidorm Indo Market, and he had the money exchange, and he was like, oh, I don't believe all that rubbish on YouTube. I'm like, why not? He says, I'm a Freemason. I'm like, what? You're a Freemason? He says, yeah, I joined a few months ago. He says, you shouldn't judge people just by some crap you've seen on YouTube. He's like, why don't you meet the guys in my lodge, and then you can make your own mind up. And I thought, okay, I know this guy for a long time. I know his dad knows my dad. So and he's on about meeting somewhere public, a bar near the beachfront where I live. So I was like, yeah, okay. Like, there's nothing better than personal experience to make your own mind up. And I didn't realise that was kind of my, that was what they were actually judging, if I should be a member or not. That was my trial, or whatever you'd call it. So I turned up and I say hello and ask a few questions, and they all seem like nice blokes. Most of them are English, one was Danish, one was Dutch, and they were, in their 50s, and some of them in the 60s, and they just seemed very well-spoken gentlemen that seemed to believe in a creator. Some of them were Christian even, which now I've realised they don't realise that they're not being Christian by being part of that fraternity. But I met them. They seemed nice. It looked like there was nothing Illuminati about them, and I thought maybe my friend was right, that things are being taken out of context, and maybe this, I got a book, Knights Templar and the beginnings of Freemasonry, and it was explaining how the Knights of Templar were kind of like bankers, but they were also like protecting the wealth of others, as well as helping it get transferred from place to others, and that they became, instead of just protectors of finance, they became protectors of truth, because there was evil organizations like the Vatican and other secret societies that were trying to control mankind and take things out of the Bible and change the context and translations of things. So the only way to keep the truth from being distorted was to keep something secret from the big establishments. So I brought into the whole, wow, these guys are literally giving up on so much to protect what's true, and they're really good guys, and that maybe by joining I'll learn stuff that was taken out of the Bible, like the Book of Enoch, as we'll get into that later about the geology side of things. But I fell for it. It's make a good man a better man, and it was all about being charitable. And I read a great book that was by a Mason that said the first 3 degrees are the only degrees of Masonry. Everything after the 3rd degree has been added on 80 years later by infiltrators. So his whole idea in the book was Masonry started as a good thing, and 80 years later, in 1770 or 1780 something, it got perverted, corrupted, got in and added loads more degrees and made it more pagan and stuff like that. So that's what I held on to, and to this day I'd love to find out that Freemasonry did start off as something good and got corrupted. But whatever happened with Masonry, whether it started off bad or got perverted, it definitely is bad now. I can see that from the astronauts having to be Masons. The idea of keeping secrets is never a good thing. All secrets are dirty secrets, no matter how big or small. And your question was, I was in for 3 years. That was roughly, after 1 year I became a 2nd degree, and after the 2 years, 2 and a bit, I became a 3rd degree. So that's 3 oaths that I took, swearing that I'd keep secrecy about the signs and the symbols and things that were of that degree. I didn't learn anything that I thought was negative or demonic, but now I wonder if those oaths that I took have a lot more spiritual consequence in the afterlife. I'm worried about that, but that motivates me to do activism and try and make up for some of my wrongs, even though I might not be able to get into heaven with good works. If I can at least prove to myself and the Creator that I am sorry and I repent by doing as much as I can, because I've been given this opportunity, and I know what I know, and I'm good at being a salesman, so I'm good at activism, giving out flyers and telling people to check things for them, to as many people as I can in as short time as possible. So I feel like I've done a lot of bad mistakes. I've made a lot of bad mistakes, and now I've still got time, so I might as well use that time to prove to the Creator that I want to serve Him and I want to make up for my wrongs. And it's been pleasurable. It's been the most happy I've ever been speaking to strangers, especially face to face. Online is really just a lot of waste of time. but at least face to face, you get some really great reactions and interactions, even with skeptical and negative people. When you can change their tune and get them to talk to you friendly, you make a difference in people's lives. And back to your question, when I found out that the globe was a lie, I realized I had to get out of Masonry quick. So I sent an email to the Spanish administration, or whatever you'd call it, the top administration of Spain, saying that I need, due to my geographical beliefs, I have to quit Freemasonry due to the conflict with my geographical beliefs. In other words, hinting that I know the Earth isn't a globe now. And funny enough, within a day or two, I got an email back saying, yes, your what would you call it? Your resignation has been accepted or something. And that was it. I never got any more emails. I told the guys at my lodge, I'm sorry. They all knew that I was a flat earther at that time, before I humbled myself and said, no, I'm a globe skeptic. I don't know what shape Earth is. It could be complex and complicated with 7 heavens and all that. We must account for the whole thing, and it might be out of our physical perception. So that's why I say now I'm a globe skeptic. Earth could be multidimensional. And the Freemasons that I was in the lodge with, like I say, they're mostly older boys. They're all nice guys. I still talk to a few of them now and then. One guy's wife just had dementia in the last year or so. So I still meet up with him sometimes and have a meal and a chat, because they're nice people. They're being misled.
Yeah.
And maybe the higher you get, the more you realize that you're part of something dodgy. But the guys that I know, they were all lower level Masons that joined because they were either Christian or because they wanted some business prospect opportunities. So I get that some people might have joined for the wrong reason, but none of them are aware of the darkness that's behind, or at least above, all of it, and that they're supporting a proper hierarchy of a pyramid of power that's indoctrinating more and more people. And as you know, it's taken over the police, it's taken over the education system, and it's destroying the free will that humanity has.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, and I've always said this because, and I'll just say this to be transparent. I even have at least one Patreon who told me he's a Mason. He's interested in what I have to say. I've had Masons tell me, wow, after watching your videos, I don't look at Masonry. I'll never look at Masonry the same again. So it gets back to Albert Pike, who talks about how Masons are intentionally deceived, lower level Masons, and it's only for the enlightened ones, the adepts, the sages, to really know what's really happening. So yeah, the local level lodges, they don't know about 9/11's happy. They don't know about, say, a flat Earth. But the highest, the one that's running the lodge, they might have a psyop in the town. Yeah, then they're gonna, have people involved per se. The police, for example, in the U.S., I'm sure in the U.K. as well, high levels in the police department, they're going to be members of, obviously, the Order of the Police, and Police is 33. So yeah, they're going to contract these people for local psychological operations. So there is some inner workings, when need be, with people that move up behind the scenes in Freemasonry. In the public eye, they also move up. So to be a high level politician, to be a high level police commander, like in New York, L.A., San Francisco, even smaller cities, they're going to be Masons, and that's how they're controlling the matrix. But yeah, I'm interested, and also touch upon more about the actual initiation, with all they do with the noose and all that stuff, and taking the oath about having your throat sliced, about revealing secrets.
Well, you've just hit the nail on the head. We've all seen it on YouTube where they take someone in blindfolded. They go through a ritual, and it's supposedly all about being, having good etiquette and morals, and trusting your brothers, and they've got your back, but you've got to have their back. So it seems harmless. It seems quite a gentleman club, and I even wonder if some of the higher levels, because I know a few guys that went higher up from other lodges. Now, the thing is, I live in Spain, and the majority of Masons here are expats, mostly British. But like I say, there's Dutch, there's other nationalities as well. But the majority of them are retired old men. So they just look at it as a boys' club, and even the rituals and the oaths that you're taking, it's all about, you know, being, like I say, a gentleman and having honor and protecting people that you're working with, and help people that are helpless, like raising money to charity without naming it yourself, even though that's something that they often do. So I actually feel that Masonry is more of a front to filter the good from the bad. I feel like when you can get people to jump through hoops, you can see that they're compliant. And if then you realize that they've joined because they want to serve a creator, then yeah, give them the aprons, give them the badges that they want, give them the medals, and tell them, yeah, you've made it to the 32nd or even the 33rd degree. But I'd say the people that they have seen that have joined for the wrong reasons, and people that are interested in more power and much more than serving a creator, I feel like they get invited to the external secret societies that might not even be classed as Masonry, but more witchcraft, Satanism, Luciferianism, and what other names these clubs might have. I feel like Masonry is a bit of a front to filter the good from the bad, and that when they've got the bad people, I don't want to say bad people, but people that act in a way that's considered bad by the creator or whatever, I feel like they get invited to the real clubs where a lot of stuff is, you know, told or asked of them, better said.
Yeah, okay, that gets into, I appreciate your response, you know, regarding that. Now, before I want to get into some images, I want to go over with you regarding Masonry. Now, what about your life, your concern about, hey, as an ex-Mason, you're talking about Masonry. It's like Gene Simmons says, once you're part of the club, you're always part of the club. And what would your response be to people say, hey, we, you know, maybe people in the chat, we can't fully trust you because you say you're a former Mason, but what's a Mason? Always a Mason? And also, the fact that you're speaking with me regarding Masonry, is there any fear of your life?
Well, I already feared for my life when I went and offered 10,000 euros on a Spanish television.
I showed that, by the way. I don't know if you saw that, Howard. Yeah, Howard, I'm sorry.
No,
okay, you didn't see that, but I showed that. I didn't play the audio. I just want to let everybody, let you know that I played the video of you on Spanish TV while we were speaking about 5 to 8 minutes ago. I played the whole video of of you speaking in Spanish. Like I said, my main moderator, Romina, said, wow, he speaks Spanish so very well. He must have been born there. You know, you speak it so very fluently. But yeah, I played that. You know, it won't help a lot of people. We play that video because it's in Spanish. We can play it if you want, no problem at all. But again, I don't mean to interrupt. You just want to jump in there real quick. That I played that video of you in Spain. But go ahead, please.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And yeah, what I was saying before about Masonry maybe being a front, it's like I look at Bill Gates and Elon Musk's, and I'm like, they're not really the richest people in the world. They're patsies. They're just people that we can point at to either worship or to hate. You know, like the Trumps and people, you're not going to save anybody. They're just actors on a world stage. So I feel like the same with Masonry. They've left Masonry running, made it like available to the public, and use it as a filtration system. And at the same time, when anything ever goes wrong, yeah, it's the Masons. Nobody looks behind Masonry and sees that there's many secret societies, many boys clubs, many different, like I say, satanic, Luciferian, Eastern Star, Witch. There's so many different types of secret societies, yet Masonry is the one that always gets pointed at. So I look at Masonry as another Elon Musk or another Bill Gates patsy, so that people always end up pointing a finger at the low-level people that have no idea what they've formed and what could be at the top, or at least external orders. they're maintaining, even if they're not officially in their structure. And back to the point of the audience, I did say before that oaths that I took might mean that I am going to be doomed for the afterlife. So yeah, maybe once a Mason, always a Mason in a spiritual sense. Maybe even the Creator won't forgive me for my ignorance in repeating words that I didn't fully understand, and still to this day I don't understand, because language is so complex. You've heard about, in England, we've got a book called Black's Law, in which all the courtrooms and the judges understand there's a different meaning to a lot of English words. Like, if you agree that you understand a police officer or someone in court, you're agreeing that you stand under their authority. So all of these play with words could mean that, yeah, I've agreed to things that I don't really know the repercussions of. So when people say once a Mason, always a Mason, I hope they're wrong.
Well, the thing is this, Howard, I got to stop you there.
Yeah. I'm definitely not a Mason anymore.
I'm sorry, Howard. Yeah, I interrupt you there. I wanted to ask you this. So this is a really key, important question. I've been waiting to ask you this. So you're worried about the consequences of taking an oath, where James 5:12 in the Bible says, "Don't take an oath of any kind. Just say yes or no, so you're not condemned." So you're literally going by the biblical aspect of it's not a good thing to take that oath. So that's where I want to ask you. That's from your biblical side of things, or where else is that coming from that you're hoping you're not condemned by God for taking that oath?
Because like you said before, life seems to be a test, and we get many opportunities to either do the right thing or to do a selfish thing. And it was ignorant of me to just repeat these words without considering the consequences on my soul. And
but Howard, I'm asking you, Howard, I'm sorry, Howard, please, I'm asking you specifically, what gives you that guilt? Like you upset the Creator. I want to get really concise. Was it from the Bible, or where did it manifest that you knew the Creator would not would be happy with you taking an oath with the Masonry? So to the core of it, where did that come from? Because in the Bible, it's right there. Do not take an oath of any kind. So I'm trying to figure out: is it from the Bible, or where is it? Has it come from? Please be very concise with it.
Indirectly from the Bible, because of since finding the Globe Lie, I've been listening to channels like The Truth is Stranger Than Fiction, Unedited Truth, FEB Brothers, Earth Brothers. There's so many good, and yourself, so many good Christians out there that are really, really standing up for what's right. And as I have said, even if people are maybe following the wrong church, or if they've got the wrong version of the Bible or the wrong translation, the core messages of Christianity seem really, really humble, really peacekeeping, truth-serving. And from watching a lot of channels and picking up the Bible and reading more through it, I still haven't finished it, but I'm getting close to the end now. I should have done all this before joining Masonry, and I didn't, and that's where I made a mistake. And now I realise how deep a mistake I might have made. So as I've still got time, I'm just doing everything I can, like coming on this show and just trying to share everything that's worked for me, so that others can. We learn from everything. Even if I make a mistake on a debate show, some people will watch it and say, he could have done this better, or he could have done that better. So at least people are learning from each other's interactions, good or bad.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. I appreciate the response, and I apologize for running into you a few times there. But where some instances I really want a straight answer. There's sometimes it's not easy to do. I understand that. Some people ask, nothing's more frustrating than you want to give a response and you're going to get to the answer, but you know we're going to cover a lot, so I definitely want to get straight to it and be really concise with it all. Now, what I want to get into here, let me just do this here 1 second here. I want to ask you questions. I'm not sure if you saw this, my presentations on Polaris' Lucifer, and I want to get your thoughts on this from a former Mason. Let's get back here. So I've covered this in a video, like I just said, where I look at the breakdown of all these things. This sometimes it jumps around. So I broke down the square and the compass. And I pointed out how the pole star is actually highlighted at the very top. It's interchangeable with an actual star at the apex of the actual compass, but it's also notated as the pole star. I highlighted it in yellow as pole star, but in smaller print next to it, it says pole star. So that's Polaris, and that's the pole star, obviously.
Yeah.
And so what I'm getting at is this. Through my presentation, I've come to the conclusion the Masons worship Polaris, which is Lucifer himself. So there's the Most High, and the Bible says there's a prince of power in the air, and that's the eye in the sky, Polaris. And you see Saturn a little bit here to the left. A lot of people think that's the deity, but I really believe it's Polaris. And here's just a still shot from a P900 digital camera, and also too, as we know, on top of a Christmas tree. They put the Polaris light on top of it, pagan worship, so much more. With this church in Poland, they put within the pyramid the single eye, the eye in the sky, which we know in the Bible verse. It states how the Antichrist will be blinded in the right eye, so he's only one-eyed, just like the dollar bill. Of course, it only has the one eye, and with the apex of the pyramid. So you have the sun and the moon and Lucifer. It's like, and I made the analogy about Santa Claus in the video presentation, how he's from the North Pole. He knows if you're naughty or nice. It's a representation of the God of this world that's presented in a seemingly pleasant way. So there's many different ways to represent Lucifer, Polaris, and that can be like the bell going back to Babylon. Bell means Lord, so that's why they always prominently display the bell symbolism. But here's another image of the basically Polaris, being spotlighted. And again, all these lodges have, on the ceiling, the North Star Polaris at the very apex. And just want to get your thoughts on this. I'm not sure if you saw the presentation, but I definitely went.
There was a few, no? It was like 2 or 3 parts.
Yeah. And right
really,
here,
really great presentations, by the way. I must give you credit. They were really thought-provoking, and I thought, wow, why have I never thought of that one before? See, I've always said that Venus could be Lucifer because the morning star and the evening star, as the Bible says. And like I say in one experiments we can do is looking at Venus just after the sunset or just before the sunrise to prove that it emits its own light. So there's an element to Venus possibly being Lucifer, but I totally see what you're saying about the North Star trying to be the Most High, being the Most High in our physical realm, but obviously the Creator is above and outside and inside of everything. So it's just it makes a lot of sense that Polaris could be Lucifer, but it also makes sense that the Bible's saying that the morning and evening star Lucifer could be Venus, but it could also make sense that the sun being, the Romans or the Greeks called Helios, so that the sun worshippers are also Luciferian. And then you've got Satan, which is an anagram for Saturn, and Santa Claus. So it's like, is Satan Lucifer? Is Lucifer Satan? Is it 2 different beings, or is it all about being a light bearer? Maybe all of these suns and what we call planets, and even some of the stars, bear light. So maybe Satan can be many things. Maybe there's different elements and characters, and I don't know. All I know is you're onto something. But I'm not going to ignore the Bible saying morning and evening star Lucifer. Yeah. It's like I'm not going to ignore that Satan, Lord of the Rings, with a halo around it, possibly a broken sun from so many different interpretations, and the sun itself, people worshipping the sun throughout our recent history even. So I just stick to the light bearer, and anything that bears light could be Lucifer or Luciferian, and even the third eye being enlightened could make a person behave in Lucifer's, sort of the Holy Spirit. So there's something more. It's more about being a light bearer and it being the false light, not the light of creation, but rather the light of the deceiver. Something as definitely light bearer, but whether we can pinpoint a star or a sun or a planet, that's where I'm again open-minded, and maybe it's a bit of everything.
Well, the thing is, the way I look at it is, like getting back to this one image here, where you have the eye in the sky and Saturn's left. These other luminaries they're in the ceiling of this Masonic lodge. What I'm getting at, they're really spotlighting the eye in the sky, and I think it's just like flat Earth. Everybody's talking about Antarctica. They're staying away from the north because that's right above the North Pole is their god in the sky, the spirit in the sky, Lucifer. So they don't want anybody getting near talking about the North Pole, which is the center, basically controlling things, manipulating things, and that's what it gets down to. They don't want anybody looking close. And actually, I have a video that I was planning to show in the future where this one former Freemason, supposed former Freemason, said, basically explaining how the flat Earth works, and showing, the North, Polaris or the North Star, and showing how things work underneath Earth. And there's like a diskette, like a CD, where basically it's mockery and plain sight of this world, this flat Earth. In the center of the flat Earth, which is the North Pole, there's actually an opening, and this is it's complex, but basically how light shines under, comes up, and how everything works. And there's the black hole sun, basically what it comes down to it, and that's for the future, because I don't have that right now to present. But what I'm getting at is they leave the truth out there for everyone, and I just showed it here. I don't have the actual. This is not the actual video, but if you look at this from the Mecca in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, with this basically ceremony, they show all these stars, or not the stars, but the people acting as stars, walking counterclockwise, and you have the Skybox. They actually have a company called Skybox, which is obviously a Polaris, the cube in the sky, dead center. And they're all revolving. Just like Polaris is stationary, and as the Big Dipper, depending on the seasons. And what does this look like? Obviously, the ancient peace sign from India, or the swastika. And this basically is the timepiece, the clock in the sky. And again, this is the God that's the God of this world, controlling things. The puppet master, so to say. But yeah, I appreciate you saying I'm onto something. I haven't seen anybody else call out Polaris as Lucifer. I looked before I made the video presentation, and yeah, no one else has done that. And that's one thing about me. I've always tried to do my own investigations, through my own research. The problem with a lot of people in truth is they see someone bring up forest there's no forest on the flat Earth or whatever. Now everybody jumps on that. And not many people are actually, bring anything new to the table. And that's one thing I really try to do is dig deeper and look deeper and look through signs and symbols, which obviously as a former Mason you know about Manly P. Hall's famous quote about when the human race learns to read the language of symbolism, a great veil will fall from the eyes of men. So again, that gets back to the Masonic square and compass and all. Just want to, again, get your thoughts on this. And actually, has there been any talk? I know you mentioned a little bit with any flat earthers at all, with any Masons you've met. And I know you said that's part of the reason you left flat Earth, but I want to get your thoughts about internally in the lodge about any Masons that might agree, or they kind of give you hints they agree, or most of them just didn't agree at all.
It's like anything. It's a big pill to swallow, and if people could admit that the Earth isn't a globe, then they would have to either leave Masonry or become more committed than ever. Once you realize what you're part of, you either leave or you got your Stockholm syndrome or your pride or whatever, and you just carry on and become more invested. I don't know any globe tactic that's still in Masonry. Just an interesting point. I said the Mason that I still meet up with sometimes for lunch or dinner when he can leave his wife in care. He was telling me that during the pandemic, he wasn't allowed to go to any meetings because, and this is an important point I want everyone to remember, this is how much they think of their own. He says, I can't go to the lodge because I haven't had the vaccine. I said, what do you mean? He says, sorry, I used that word.
No, on Rockford, you can say whatever you want. Don't worry. You can use vaccine, COVID, fake bombings.
I'm not making any claims about it anyway, so even if I put it on... You can put this on YouTube, yeah?
Well, the thing is this, we can edit anything out. So after the fact, we can remember the time mark. And
as long as I don't make any claims about it as a product, I think I'm okay to put this on YouTube.
Exactly. You can say talk about vaccine as long as you don't give any type of medical advice.
That's the word. Yeah, that's the key. Well, here's the point.
Yeah.
He was telling me that he couldn't go to any of the meetings because he hadn't had it and he doesn't want to have it, because that's at least one thing I got through to him when we're meeting up. I can't get him on. But it wasn't long before he saw that the pandemic's a pandemic, or, there's more to it, and that viruses have never been isolated and all that kind of stuff. So it was like, yeah, I'm not having it. My wife's not having it. And I'm not allowed to go to any meetings. I said, what do you mean? He said, yeah, and Jacob, he can't go, and Ian can't go because they don't want it. I said, you're joking. I said, they're forcing you to have it. He says, yeah, they've said if you don't have it and have the boosters, you can't go to the meetings. I said, wow, that tells me a lot about what they really think of their own. They're literally encouraging all Masons in Spain. I can't talk about any other country, but I know at least from this English gentleman that's in a lodge in Spain that they are forcing everybody to have the gene therapy to attend the meetings, which you pay to be able to go to. It's all a joke, but Yeah. And that told me, wow, these guys have no idea what they're involved in, and they have no idea how little the people at the top think of them. It's scary. So I'm thinking, wow, it must be really down to other external societies and clubs, because it seems like nobody in this front organisation knows what they're involved in and knows that they're being persuaded to poison themselves just to attend a meeting. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. It just gets back to lower level Masons are deceived, and basically, I mean, they're on a higher level than the general public, but they're also equally disregarded until you in the top high level Masons, you are worthy of being at the apex, the high plateau, or the highest of Masonry. Then you're considered one of them. Until then, you're just a step higher than the public. But still, again, until you get to the 32nd or 33rd in the Scottish Rite, you're going to be kept in the dark. Correct?
I think it's even past that. I'm sure I've heard someone that went through the Scottish Rite say that, certain guys got led through the door on the right, and me and another guy got led through a door on the left after we'd become 33 degreed. And the idea was, you're now invited to come to these other clubs and other orders and degrees. So I've got a feeling that even at the 33rd, you might not be told or asked to commit your life service to the deceiver, call it Satan, Lucifer, or maybe they have another name at that point. But I don't think even people at the very top know exactly what they're part of unless they've been invited and renounced the Creator and the service to the Creator. I feel like you need to commit your time to Satan or Lucifer or like I say, another name, and then you'll be invited to the other clubs and told maybe a lot more of what's really going on and warned not to have certain genes. But everyone that I know, they're totally on board with the gene therapy and think that it's all to help save other people's lives. They're all charitable blokes, and they don't realise that they're poisoning themselves and their loved ones by going along, by complying.
Listen, Howard, I spoke to not a tremendous amount of Masons, but I've actually ran across a few in my life while doing truth. And I'm like, I talked to 32 and 33rd degree Masons, and their knowledge about a lot of things in this world, I know they have no clue. And they're at the highest levels at their local lodge. I believe local lodges that, in your neighborhood, if you're a 33rd, you're still not privy to, obviously, what's really happening. You might learn that Lucifer is the light within Masonry, but still you're not going to be told about, hey, 9/11 is going to happen, the pandemic is fake, and all this stuff. And I'm sorry if I have to edit these parts out of if you want to take the stream and edit and put it on your channel, but I'm just putting it out there on my side of things, that even these 33rd, so-called 33rd, they're not really at the highest level beyond what we see. And I know there's even higher levels, obviously, than 33. They go higher than that. And so I bring up a lot of aspects about, like, to a 33rd degree Freemason, about, the Twin Towers coming down after 33 years. The North Tower construction started in August 1968. The same year, just by chance, obviously, that the 9/11 calling system went into play in the U.S. It went nationwide. Things like this, and I mentioned that, and they're like, they don't know anything about this stuff. So there's a lot of things I mentioned. And also, I know actually a 33rd who is extremely ignorant. He actually believes coronavirus was real and all this stuff, and there's nothing I could tell him, and I just knew. He was like, wow, he's a 33rd, and he's like so sure it's real, and so adamant about it. But anyways, I think we get a good grasp that, like you say about people like Bill Gates and these, basically they're puppets, and obviously people behind the scenes control it all. Just like the movie They Live, where you have John Carpenter. Of course, the Carpenter supposedly created They Live, but I truly believe it's people behind the scenes that want the movie out. They have, like, John Carpenter direct it, produce it, but it's not written by him. It's a concept given to him, as he's a professional director, producer of movies. The concepts are given to him. Now the people behind the scenes want this laid out for the public to see as a form of mockery. It's not his doing, per se. He might improvise, he might add things, whatever. He checks with people behind the scenes. The actors have no idea. They're just, basically reading off a script as they're told, and things go deeper. Just like the deception, just like, real quickly here, just like the deception with George Lucas and Star Wars. It's the War of the Stars. That's the whole concept of Star Wars. Deep space, a long time ago. Good versus evil. The duality in Star Wars is everywhere. You have a long time ago, but they have lightsabers. They have ray guns. Yeah. They have the Death Star. They have this Tatooine planet, a desert planet with the igloo. They have binary suns. There's a lot of Masonic influence in plain sight for those that know anything about Masonry. But yeah, not to go on too long. About
and the Beatles had Lucy in the sky with diamonds. So there's a lot of hints that Lucifer, is definitely something to do with stars and planets.
Yeah, and one thing too, I forgot to mention there, Howard, is also, as you can see on the screen, is you see the Georgia Guidestones, and you can see Polaris through the eye hole, the eye peephole that directs at their god. And 90% of supposedly 90% of the world's population lives in, quote, the northern hemisphere. I call the inner circle, and that's because the leaders of this world that are Luciferians, they want to be able to see, due to perspective, of course, they want to see their one-eyed god in the sky, Lucifer being Polaris. So yeah, there's a lot of things that point to that direction, and that's where I stand. And I'll say it like this: unless someone has evidence otherwise, I think that's where it stands through my research. But I think the idea of being married to any concept, we have to be careful, because you don't want to be like a Brian Stavely who's married to the Mandela effect, and nothing you'll tell him, he's already made up his mind, and his whole career as a truther will be destroyed if he said, yeah, you know what, the Mandela effect is just a bunch of BS and misremembering. So, that's where I'm at. If someone says, hey, I have information pointing in this direction. Well, I'd like to see it. But before I put out these video productions and presentations, I make sure through my research that it's strong, and it points out everything that I'm pointing out points in a direction, and it makes the most sense. But hey, if someone could prove it wrong or give me another explanation of who the Prince of Power of the air is, it makes the most sense that the stationary star in the sky that's watching it all, and through Masons who are deceiving this world, putting things in plain sight through symbolism, it just makes sense that one-eyed God is on the dollar. It's just, to me, it's just pointing in that direction.
Yeah, I wonder if people at the very top, or should I say even external orders and, higher levels than 33 possibly, they might also not know that, because like Albert Pike says, we intentionally fool people at the lower levels.
Yeah.
Well, how can anyone expect to get truth from the father of all lies? Even if you're in the highest degree or the most external order or club that there exists,
yeah,
they could still, I'm sure even the Bible says even the most elect will still be deceived. So even the people that think they know the most are still wrong, because how can you trust anything from the deceiver of all lies? It's kind of crazy to think that you can trust the devil just because you've gone up his pyramid or his ladder. So it's crazy, and I feel like there's a lot more to everything than we can understand. So we've just got to stay humble and keep searching. You mentioned before about the black hole sun, and it just reminded me about the guys that I mentioned earlier. I don't want to read their names out again, but because it's giving them spotlight. But please do look into that blood over intent whole movement.
Hey, Howard, I got to stop you there, Howard. I got to stop you there because, as I do sometimes, we go on for a while. There was a guy on YouTube, and this is important because there was a guy on YouTube, Quasimodo or something like that. I believe it's Quasimodo. Yeah. He was the one that. Go ahead, Howard. I try to throw the name out. You continue. Go ahead.
Quasi-luminous.
Quasi-luminous. That's it. Thank you. Go ahead, Howard. Just want to throw that in there. He's the one that basically came up. Yeah.
Black hole sun, and they were talking about that the energy comes from under the earth and it hits Polaris, and that then kind of powers everything else. And there could be some truth to this, but even if they're right about that, they could be still wrong about the context or something, because they feel like they've acquired some knowledge by taking. But they're being deceived just like the most elect, just like anyone else in a high degree or an external degree. We can't trust anything. We've just got to keep grilling it, keep testing, test all things. And I think that even if you're onto something about Polaris being Lucifer or having an element of Lucifer, I can't let go of the sun, different sun gods, and the Greeks and Romans having a god for each planet. So and they could all be different fallen angels, or there's just so much to it. But it's definitely worth investigating, staying humble, and not feeling that we know the answers, but rather that we could have part of the answer. Well, keep searching, because as soon as we think we've got the answer, we stop searching.
Yeah, no, Howard, you hit the nail on the head. And I don't want to use science as an analogy, but it's the same thing where we're basically, it's nothing static. This is research, and we're searching for truth. And once we think we know it all, that's when we stop learning. So definitely that's where I'm at now. Again, like I said earlier, until proven otherwise, I think I just can't, be on the sidelines and have this information and see all the signs and symbols pointing that direction. I mean, literally, and I'll just actually show it. Let me see here. I'm going to get to it. Go ahead, Howard. I'm going to find an image, and you continue on about this topic.
Yeah.
About blood over intent.
I'd really like you to look into the blood over intent cult, and expose them, because they themselves, I wouldn't say it otherwise, that flat earth millionaire put on YouTube where he's signing a receipt and then he puts his own little blood out. I just happened to cut myself, and I thought I'd make a video. I thought, what a load of bullshit.
Yeah, it is.
He literally put a video on the internet showing people how they can take an oath to who knows what, and how to do it, and was pretty much telling people, yeah, because if you've realised that the Earth's flat or that the globe's a lie, this is the next step. And I thought, you wanker, you know. And then you're turning up on these, what was it, the Level documentary?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, this is terrible. Why is he on that documentary when he's into that kind of stuff? And it makes me question the people that have put him on the documentary, the producer of the documentary. I don't want to name people because it was just giving them spotlight, but I think that they should definitely be exposed as much as possible for the right reasons. And nobody knows what kind of black magic that can invoke. Nobody knows what kind of taint it can have on your soul or cost in the afterlife. So yeah, I'm asking you right now, please look into it and make a video about them guys and how dangerous it is to follow them and listen to them. Because even if they're giving you truth, I mean, that Quasi guy especially, he started following me and then trying to add my friends on Instagram and Facebook. And I told one of my friends, block him, don't even look at his videos. I said, because when he starts having a rant, who knows what he's channeling? And he could be literally cursing people in what he's saying, because we don't understand language and lesser magic and how words can have effects on us and the double meaning. So he could literally be casting spells on his audience, and his audience don't realize they're just watching either for entertainment or because he gives some good information within all of his crazy rambling. You know, like you said, the David Icks, the Alex Joneses, the best lies are 99% true, and they can just sneak in some poison, and you'll have everything out of context, or you'll be asking the wrong questions, so it doesn't even matter if you've got the right answers.
Well, that's the whole trick of it, is pulling people in with some truth. The best, I said it before, the best liars speak a lot of truth to pull people in, and that's the net. And then they get you into, you know, it's the occult and these blood rituals. And I don't trust Flat Earth Millionaire at all. I don't trust Hitler Productions, his buddy, claiming to see Bigfoot, you know, shaking trees and all this garbage. It's just an insult. It's just transparent to me. And I pointed that out in a past video just recently. But one thing I found interesting is, if I can find it here, let me take a look here. I want to show something here. Let's see here. Let me get to screen share, and I want to show this actually. Let me, and this is important stuff regarding Polaris, and this is kind of like you know on the spur of the moment type of thing, but I think it's really important to show this stuff. Hopefully you guys can see that. So take a look here. Let me move the chat temporarily. But look at this Polaris telescope. You know, I find that pretty interesting. Let's see here. And also this one here, when you look at a close-up, looks like the almost the eye here, Polaris 70. But, you know, I had an actual image of Polaris being an eye through a telescope, and they highlight it and it looks like an eye, not just through a P900, but through an actual telescope where they highlighted it, highlighted Polaris. So that gets back to, of course, the Alan Parsons project and the song "Eye in the Sky." And maybe you guys don't see it that well. Let me see here if I scroll up here. But yeah, maybe you guys can see that better now. But you can see Polaris 30. So definitely there's a lot of things pointing in that direction. Again, not to be repetitive about Polaris, but no one else, again, has been hitting on this. And I think it's really important to spotlight, definitely. And let me take a look here as well. Here, I'm looking for something else. Yeah, we're pretty much set on that. And let's see here. What else? Yeah, and let's get the chat box back up. But yeah, getting back to Quasi-Luminous. Yeah, I saw that, and people were asking me about it a long time ago. So this is back in 2017 or 18. He was writing something down on paper and then cut himself and put the blood on for blood intent. And a lot of people are trying to pull me into this nonsense. Hey, I had so-called truthers trying to get me to do mushrooms. I'm like, ain't gonna happen. It ain't gonna happen. I'm not gonna be freaking dealing with this stuff. You know, I don't need to do that. So that gets in the realm of consensus. There's consensus in the mainstream. There's consensus in truth. And if you're following the consensus in any which way, be careful. Be careful. And if you're going to follow anybody, you need to put that person you're following under a really, really, really good microscope and find out if this person's legit or not. Because even though they're giving me some good information, I might be following some stuff they're putting out there that's purposely swaying me in the wrong direction. Like Eric Dubay, fantastic flat earth work. Then he pushes Hitler as some type of hero when we know he's a controlled Mason, making people believe that Hitler was sovereign when he wasn't. He was promoted by the Vatican. So that's just an example, but there's many examples when it comes to people in flat earth. And they're giving you some truth, but they're not giving you the ultimate truth. In my estimation, the God of the Bible and Jesus Christ. That's me and a lot of my followers on Rockfin and YouTube. So so all the truth in the world is not going to save your soul unless, in my estimation, unless you understand the God in the Bible and Jesus Christ, whatever name in your language, Yeshua or whatnot. But that's to me. So again, flat Earth is very important, but by itself, it's not going to save your soul. Just like you have an engine for a car. Without the wheels, you're not going to get very far. So you need to put everything together. You need to assemble all these parts of truth to make your reality and your final destination work. Parts are good, but they're not. You got to complete it. And to me, that's what it all comes down to.
Yeah, you can have all the knowledge in the world, but if you've lost your faith and that gut feeling on why you should do the right thing, then you're corrupt.
Yeah, and that gets back to where I pulled a good amount of attention to flat Earth from Christians that mocked flat Earth. This one preacher man, I believe it was in Kansas, or was it Missouri, when he used to watch my videos years ago and said, I watched Russianvids for the longest time. Then he started talking about flat Earth in 2015, and I ignored him. I kept ignoring him because he kept bringing it up. But when he said, the reason they're hiding flat Earth and promoting the globe is they want to hide God because, like I said, this Big Bang explosion, that's the atheistic view, of course, that removes God from the equation. So then he said, after that, I started looking deeper. Now he's a flat earther, and he's promoting flat Earth, of course, on a very large channel. So we have to have all the pieces in order. And that gets back to the technique of debating flat Earth, which I always seen a lot of people go about it the wrong way, in my opinion, my estimation. They start jumping into things when they don't get to the foundation, to the very start. Does this person that's debating you, do they know the dimensions of the globe, the radius, the radius, diameter, circumference, all these things, the curvature rate? I hear, for example, I hear people talking about flat Earth with debates, and they're not, and the flat Earth side of things, they're not really presenting it well. Like I heard this one recent debate where this guy was saying, well, all the pilots, they can't be lying. I'm like, you realize the pilots, if you ask them the curvature rate of this ball Earth, and they wouldn't know. If you ask them, hey, do you realize when you go from ascending from taking off at an airport, you're just basically keeping the same altitude, and you only notice that you're descending when it's time to land. You're not deviating up or down. Obviously going down with the so-called ball Earth. The only time you notice the plane moving, basically from the static position when you're flying, is when the plane is veering left or right, but you don't feel the descending around the globe. Of course, it should be tremendous. So people saying, well, all the pilots can't be lying, but no, all the pilots just are fed the same lie that we live in a ball, and they supposedly see the curve. They claim to see they claim to see the curve when it doesn't exist from that altitude. We know Neil deGrasse Tyson said at 120,000 feet you don't see the curve of the Earth, so you can't see from 30,000 feet. So the best analogy I give is, I always mention this, is about like fluoride toothpaste. All these dentists are pushing it because that's what they're taught, that there's health benefits, but somehow figured out many years later that there's actually bad side effects from fluoride. It's a slow kill. And so they're all, basically when it comes down to pilots, they're all fed the same lies like the general public. Basically they take off and land a plane, and obviously it's autopilot. And so, and of course, going against the grain, you're going to be grounded. If you come out as a flat earther pilot, for example, United Airlines, whatever airlines, you're going to be grounded, of course, as a nut job. So yeah, that's how people stay the course with everything. Not only that, with 9/11, Sandy Hook, there's a lot of people that might know more than they say, of course, but they can't because they have a mortgage to pay, a family to feed. So they just stay the course, and that's just selling out.
Before when you said that sometimes they put these things in movies and video games and stuff as a form of mockery.
Yeah.
I think there's more to it. I think it's also part of that, like the hypnotism. In other words, like they can create Stockholm syndrome, or they can create cognitive dissonance in the audience by showing us a slimmer of truth, but then like just brushing it off like, but don't worry about it. So maybe it's the same with the pilots, that because they question it when they're learning about being a pilot, because they're just told, don't worry, just gravity and whatever. So they've had the opportunity, they've failed the test to make the inquiry. So from that point on, it's not just to mock us, but it's that we choose to ignore evidence and information because we didn't dig into it at the first opportunity it was presented to us. So to me, it's as well as mockery, I feel like it's also a form of mind control. Tell us a little bit of truth, but in a mocking way, overconfidence, or with a bit of irony or comedy. And that from that point on, if we haven't questioned it then and there, it's difficult to go back into it because we feel like we've acquired information, we've invested ourselves, and we've moved on. So I feel like it's more than mockery. It's definitely part of the mind control element.
Yeah, and the big thing is once someone's foundation is set. I said this before. Once someone's foundation is set, here's a good analogy. Like the human mind is like clay when it's young. It could be shaped and formed, but there's a point at a certain age, like 18, 19, 20 years old, it hardens. It's like it's now static. It can't be reshaped. And that's the same thing with you being bilingual. Maybe you're trilingual. I don't know. I know you speak Spanish and obviously English. But what I'm getting at is it's like language. You can learn it to a certain point at a certain age. It's very easy to pick it up when you're very young. But after a certain point, it's like truth. You can only learn, for example, Japanese when you're 20s if you're very firm and you're very passionate about doing it. Same thing with truth. And that's what it comes down to is that's why Hitler said get them while they're young, is because they know how the human mind works and how it's influenced and how it's part of your core beliefs. And people don't like the idea of being admit they've been fooled. And the further someone goes down a trail, the less likely they want to turn around and start over. It's like building constructing a building. It's 100. Say for example, 100 floors. For example, after building 5 floors, and someone tells you, hey, your foundation's off, you got to redo this, it won't be so much of a problem. But if you're at the 95th floor, you tell them, look, the foundation's off, we got to start over. They're going to say no. They're going to find every excuse to say, no, it's fine, it's level, even though it's not, because they've already invested too much in that building. That's just an analogy, but that's kind of like how humans are, where, early on in life, people can go in another direction with new information, but after a certain point, it's very, very hard. The liberal mind, for example, Democrats, they're like so long gone. They're the hardest to get involved with truth. Conservatives or so-called Republicans, they'll be easier to get them to see the truth because they already know a lot of the nonsense in the media, but they're still holding on to people like Donald Trump as being a hero. So the further you go from the left is the further you're going to get to truth, to the full right. And that's kind of how it's... But definitely, what we're talking about here is programming and understanding first. People need to understand how the human mind works before you can even explain the lies and explain the truth. to the general public that you meet. For example, you talk about Howard talking about truth off of YouTube. I've done that so many times in so many situations, and I always expect backlash. I expect people not to accept it. Of course, it's just the 3 stages of truth. First it's mocked, it's laughed at. Then of course finally it's accepted as the truth as it is. But it's going to be opposed. Everybody has to understand this. Even though it's so clear to us, don't expect them to get it when you tell them. Expect resistance. That's what's going to happen when you introduce these painful truths. Expect that, or don't do it at all, because that's part of it. But it's a process, just like pulling teeth. It's not gonna be pleasant, sometimes when you got rotted teeth, but it's a necessary thing to do to get rid of it and fix the problem. So yeah, we have to understand what we're doing while we're doing it in the process of everything, and definitely introducing people to new truths. Expect the resistance. Have patience, and understand we're just planting seeds. It's going to take time, and that's all we can do is just plant those seeds out there, and hopefully they sprout.
And like you say, stay aware, because like the moral of the story of the boiling frog, turn the temperature 1 degree at a time is the same as a mason going up the ladder 1 degree at a time until he's finally been buttered up enough to be told that, by the way, the father of this light that you've been searching for is Lucifer, if that is like what we think that people are told when they get there. They need to be buttered up 1 degree at a time, just like the boiling frog.
Also too, it's this analogy when it comes to everything. I mean, even the opposite end of things, when it comes to these people running the world, taking our rights away. They're pretty clever. They do it slowly, methodically. I use the analogy of the quarters in a jar. If, for example, on your shelf you have a jar full of coins, and someone takes one out a day, you're not going to notice it. If someone grabs a big handful, you're going to notice it. So when you slowly, methodically remove one coin a day out of that person's jar, they won't notice. That's what they're doing right now. They're slowly, patiently removing freedoms. Like I said, prior to 9/11, you don't have to take off your shoes before entering. Check in. Now you have to do that, and people were resistant in the beginning, but after a while, it's become the norm. Just like just like people wear masks. It's just like a child getting ready to go to school during the so-called pandemic. After a while of putting on the mask, it's like putting on a pair of shoes. It becomes the norm, and they're slowly adjusting people to this new world order and the mind control. And it's the best way to do it is basically, like you just stated there, Howard, is a slow change, and that's the best way with the frog analogy in the hot water. And that's what they're doing. So they definitely know the ins and outs of how the human mind works, and until people understand how their own mind works, they're not going to have a clue of what's happening.
Exactly.
Yeah, and Howard, you want to get involved with or start speaking about your theory on pebbles and all that?
Yeah, I think that would be a great note to end on, because like you said, we started off a bit heated, but I did want to address that. I didn't want to leave it till the end, because I thought then that I'm being fake. I thought I've got to be real, I've got to be honest, respectful, address these things, and then we can move on. And I'm so glad that we've spoken about everything. I think it would be great if you could find my video. It's the last video that I put on my channel.
Yeah, I'm going to do that, Howard. Yeah, and Howard, I want to just say this. I told you before we went live that I'm not going to be condescending per se. I'm not going to be rude. I'm going to be very strong about things and call things as I see them, but not once did I mute you or anything like that. And we've ended up, I believe, having a very productive live stream. And and people can come to their own conclusions on many things. But people know this. I'm very passionate. I can be very, very strong in the way I speak. Very blunt, And that's just how I am with everybody in my life. Everybody that knows me personally and on YouTube knows this. But, we continue the stream for over 3 hours, and I think it's been a very good one, even though we disagree. We're just being real. I'm being real on my side of things, how I feel. If I feel strongly about something, I'm going to be very vocal about it. But anyways, again, I want to thank you. Before we continue, go ahead, Howard.
We can disagree, but we can still maintain respect for each other. And
absolutely. Yeah, absolutely, Howard. And I appreciate you coming on here. And you know me well enough where, how I conversate with people. I've had exchanges like this with Vegan Warrior where we're good buddies, and, 3/4 in, we're yelling at each other. He's yelling at me, and we end up good. That's happened. So it's just, I think it's sad when two people are having a live stream and they really internally disagree with each other, but they don't want to say what they really believe or have any type of put it out there how they strongly disagree about something, but at the same time, let each other speak in the end and let everybody get their point across, and that's what it comes down to. So let me get this prepared with the windows before I want to get to the point of the harpstone phenomena, and this is something that people are gonna, like any kind of information, they have to process, digest, and come to their own conclusions. We'll get to that. Let me straighten this out here first, and let me get to, because I have to do this every single time I get back to the windows. Let me go to the transform. What's going on here with this? All right, let me try again here. Oh, there we go. Okay, reset. That should be good now. And let me move it a little bit to one side. Maybe it's blocking too much. Hold on, everybody. I'm going to get this straightened out here before Howard presents his information. Let me just get this all straightened out here. I think that's pretty good there. Howard, can you see that good? Oh, you can't see anything. You can't see
anything.
Okay, don't worry.
Later.
Don't worry. It's coming out good. I can see it right now on the let me just take a quick peek. It should come out good on the let me see here on the a little bit. Let me see here. It's a little bit delayed. I want to make sure it comes out good before we move forward. Yeah, it should be fine now. All right, should be fine now. And I'm going to play the video. And I don't know how we're going to sync this because you're going to be talking about your own video while it's on mute, right?
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Okay, I'm going to play the video, and then people can see it right now. And go ahead. I'm going to hit play right now. It's 7 minutes and 28 seconds long. And then you can run past it all as I play it.
Cool.
It's playing right now.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a bit of research that we call biogeology, in that certain rock formations seem to have many correlations with biology. And at the moment we're looking at pebbles, which appear to be petrified organs that have petrified from a worldwide cataclysm, be it a worldwide flood, as mentioned in the story of Noah, and maybe there's more elements to it, like supernatural lightning, salt water's conductive. So I'm not sure how this has happened. All I can point out to people is there's a pattern that's reoccurring, and that the main pattern is that a lot of these pebbles, these smooth stones, are shaped like a harp. They're either rounded, like oval or spherical, or harp-shaped. There don't seem to be any other shapes apart from the rounded or the harp shape. And roughly 15 to even 30% of these smooth stones, these pebbles that you can pick up, will have the shape of a harp, the musical instrument, a harp. No other shapes are reoccurring, like I say. And the harp-shaped stones always display multiple correlations with the anatomy of a heart. Now, this is where it gets strange. If we can find them along the coast, where the water is in and out, that would be okay. But we also find them in riverbeds, where the water flows one way, down. But we can also find them in valleys and even buried in mud where there is no water flow. So if there's 3 completely different conditions of water erosion and mechanical erosion where they'd be rolled around or not rolled around, or any water flow, like I say, why do we see the same conditions? That pebbles, whether they're rounded or harp-shaped, have a pale skin. Now, you can find a rough rock and break it anywhere you want, and the inside will be the same colour as the outside. Whereas pebbles, when they're fractured, you can see that they've been fractured because the interior is darker. So there is a pale skin around pebbles, where rough rock, no matter how much you roll it around or how much you put it in water, it won't get a pale skin. Now, the pale skin matches up to one of the correlations in the anatomy of all creatures that have been intelligently designed, because all organs have got a covering called fascia, which is a protective skin that holds serous fluid. So your organs are in bags containing fluid, and they're protected by and they're protected by the rib cage. So just like a boiled egg gets harder and harder the longer you boil it, it looks like the organs of all the creatures from land and sea have been petrified during some supernatural event instantly. We're told that fossilization can take thousands and millions of years, yet we also know of wood that is petrified when trees have been trapped under power lines that have fallen over in storms, and they've literally been electrocuted with such high voltage for a few hours that they've petrified into rock. And then there's people in history like Girolamo Segato that found a way to petrify flesh in a short amount of time. And there's also scientists, I forgot his name now, where he made coal, artificial coal, within a few weeks. And again, these aren't supernatural conditions. These are the limitations to power that we have. So the idea is, I'm not asking anyone to believe me. I'm just telling everyone listening that if you go down to the beach, to the coastline, a riverbed, or keep your eyes open in a valley, or when you're digging in your garden, buried in mud, you will find pebbles. And when you see a pebble that has the shape of a harp, which in its simple form is a flattened top, sides that taper inwards towards the bottom, and that the bottom has a little twist to it, and that the back side of the rock is flattened or slightly concave, these features are also found in the hearts of all different kinds of creation, throughout all creation. Because when the heart, when we die, or when rigor mortis and stuff, the heart contracts, so it's tense. And this is the exact pattern that we're finding in all harp-shaped stones. Not only have they got the flattened top, the inward tapering sides towards the bottom, the twisted bottom, and the flattened or concave back, which you can watch more in detail on my channel, you'll also find more correlations. We've counted up to 20 so far, like indentations, or at least a discoloration at the top, which is where you would expect the openings for the aorta and the vena cava. Sometimes you even find holes, but not as common, but at least indentations or discolorations. You'll find lines of quartz crystal throughout some of the pebbles, which matches up to when you cut open a steak and you see the fatty tissue. You also find eroded or sometimes even red-coloured fractal patterns, which appear to be the petrified veins and arteries. And there's many other correlations, like sometimes you can break the pebbles open that are harp-shaped and cavities inside, which is what you'd expect from interior chambers of the heart.
And then there's the lines which are called the sulcus lines, where the meat folds around and joins on itself. You can find these lines on the front, the back of these harp-shaped stones, exactly where they would be. And the reason we say harp-shaped stone is because all creatures have different sized and shaped hearts, but they all have the fingerprint of intelligent design, which is they all have the joins, they all have the flattened top, and the top being where the biggest vena cava and aorta openings are. They all have the contraction being like a rope. When it gets tightened, it's like a twisted spiral, hence why the bottom is slightly twisted, and hence why the back is slightly concave or flattened, where the front has multifaceted, it protrudes outwards, where the back's slightly protruding inwards or flat. So these correlations are what we find in hearts throughout all creatures, in living animals. And the point is, we don't expect to find this harp shape reoccurring theme from just rolling around or being splashed with a lot of water, but we do. And if that was my only argument, then you could say I just don't understand water and mechanical erosion. But my main point is these harp-shaped stones and even the rounded pebbles will have the pale skin, and they can be found in rivers that flow one way, oceans that bash in and out, and waves that roll them around in many ways, in valleys where they might get a little bit of rain sometime, but under the mud is the best example. They've still got a pale skin, they've still got the harp shape as a 15 to 30% reoccurring shape. And when you find that shape, you will find many of the correlations to the anatomy of a heart, like I've listed in my video. And this is not my theory. It's a theory of the YouTube channel Stallium7, who's got much more in-depth videos. He's a chiropractor. He's studied anatomy, histology, and he's really gone into depth in a lot of his videos showing the correlations. And pebbles are just one element. Rough rock appears to be bone of what we know as titans from the Bible and giants. And when we look at mountains, yeah, some of them could be ginormous trees that have petrified, but they could also be titans and giants, as we have a mountain here that looks like an elephant from a distance. And when you go into the cave where the eye socket would be, there's a big rock that would be the remains of an eye. There's tunnels that go down into bigger cave where you'd expect the sinus chamber. And there's lots of quartz crystal where you would expect to see blood valves, arteries and veins. There's about 50 correlations to the anatomy of an elephant on a mountain that's about an hour from me. And there's 20 correlations to the anatomy of a heart in all pebbles that you can find in rivers, coastlines, and valleys and under the mud. And that's pretty much all I can say about it. I'm not asking anyone to believe me. I'm just telling people to please go and check for yourselves. You now know where you can check for pebbles and what kind of shape to look out for the most, because most organs are rounded, oval, spherical, so it's very hard to distinguish the average pebble. But when you come across a pebble that's got the morphology, the shape of a harp, they're the easiest ones to pick up and look out for the correlations. Some of them I've named, many of them are listed in my video. And then you can make your own mind up from making your own primary observation rather than just watching my video or listening to me ramble on about it. We're trying to get more people involved in this open source investigation, just like the Globe Lie is an open source investigation. We need to get more and more people to check at water level for themselves, to check the moonlight, to make a video of a star or a planet and see the high resolution of Venus and the high resolution of Saturn's halo, twinkling moons of Jupiter. And then they can argue with people that are telling them that they're videos out of focus and asked them how it can be out of focus if you can see such detail, geometric patterns and the halo and the twinkling moons, like I say. So yeah, people have got to make their own observations, check things for themselves. It's only when you've checked things for yourselves that you can know from personal experience. Otherwise, we're just believing secondary information. And I don't want anyone to believe what I'm saying. Get yourselves down to a riverbed, dry if possible, and pick up some heart-shaped stones and see if you can find any of these correlations to the anatomy of a heart, like me and my friend Mike have. And I'm quite sure you'll be convinced that there was a worldwide flood, because water erosion, wind erosion, mechanical erosion just don't explain why we find this shape and why that heart shape has all of these features time and time again. Thank you so much for letting me say all that.
Sure, no problem at all. Like I said, we should always keep an open eye, an open mind to all information. There's nothing, and this is what I get at. I tell people, it's like trying to present flat Earth to someone that's new to it and they haven't researched it and they already, poo-poo it right away. We should analyze everything and not just like right off the bat, just, oh my goodness, this is stupid. That's what people do. And you people out there that talk about flat Earth, you get so frustrated. Let the information be digested and you come to your own conclusion. This is completely new to me. I was just introduced this by Howard just a couple of days ago. So it's going to take time to process and look at it too. And also too, I want to be very clear. He said it earlier. He said it's obviously not all rocks, not all stones, not all pebbles. It's a certain percentage, 15 up to 30. I don't know. I don't know what to believe right now. Initially, of course, people say, oh, this is absolutely insane. But again, people say that about flat Earth too. So I'm not so quick. Of course, like sleeping giants, some of these mountains, it could just be an example. It could be just a coincidence. But again, look at everything and come to your own conclusion. And on that note, thanks so much, Howard, for being a guest on my platform. Some might say in the beginning, it was a little bit rough, but in the end, we went back and forth and discussed many things. And I think I'm a pretty fair person. I'm pretty transparent as far as if I disagree with something. If I obviously get a little bit hot-headed. That's just me. But at the same time, I think we had a great discussion, and it'd be great if you put it on your channel as well. And some people, for example, some people on my channel will be upset with you. Some people on your channel will be upset with me. That's just how it works with certain things. But at the end, if we're all looking for truth, let the truth be shown, and let people in recorded history on videos on YouTube and Rockfin or wherever platform, they can see throughout time, hey, we're all looking for truth and we're investigating all things, and all truths will be revealed in time, like the Bible says. So we'll see how it all plays out. But again, Howard, thanks so much for being on my channel here in Rockfin. Thanks to everybody. I see here real quickly. I want to mention this, Howard. Let me see here. I just saw a question that I want to look at here. Jaw Dropped is asked, and you don't have to answer this, but he's wondering, hey, what part of Spain are you located? You don't have to answer if you don't want to be specific, but that's a question.
That's fine. And I agree to what you said before. A lot of things we look at could just be pareidolia.
Yeah.
Like, oh, that mountain looks like a tree. It must be a tree. I get that. And that's why me and my friend Mike especially took this investigation serious. And he thought, I'm going to be like a microscope on a mountain. I'm going to really look at things and put them to the scientific method. I'm going to list correlations. I'm going to ask people, have you got a better explanation? And in the last few years, he and myself have not found a better explanation than a worldwide flood that literally deposited organs under the mud, in valleys, at the ocean, and even in river where water would carry them. We're looking for a better explanation. We doubt we're going to find one, because the more we research and check things, and my collection of heart-shaped stones has got quite big now. From the lockdowns, you were only allowed to go to the beach if you weren't wearing a mask, so I was on the beach quite a lot collecting things. And I totally get that there is pareidolia and to conclusions.
Like the clouds, just like the clouds.
Listing things, yeah, it's like the clouds. But when you find it reproducible, when it's repetitive, when it keeps occurring in different places and by different people, many people have sent me photos and videos back and said, look, I'm finding them now, and it's amazing. Just like when people say, look, I've got a maiden observation at water level and I can see too far. It's inspiring more people to get involved. And if we're wrong, we can totally change our mind and change our tune. But until someone can prove us wrong, we're going to keep encouraging people to look for themselves. And to answer his question, I live in the Valencian province near to Benidorm, and the mountain that looks like an elephant is called the Mont Go Mountain of Javier. And if they don't want to watch my videos, they can look it up on Google Earth. And funny enough, Google Earth, since my friend Mike made his first video, have altered the Google Earth. Now they've painted over the cave where the eye socket would be. And you can only see the cave when you get really, really close to the mountain, just where it is, and then it magically disappears. Now, that people could say that's a coincidence, but luckily Mike on Stallion7 YouTube, he made a video using Google Earth, showing the mountain from a distance and saying, look, it looks from an elephant like a distance, you zoom in, blah, blah. So he's got video footage on YouTube, and I've mirrored it into one of my videos to prove to people before he made his video, Google Earth showed the mountain as you see it. Since he made his video, they've paid somebody to purposely Photoshop over the eye, or what we call the eye socket, and or other parts of the mountain which look like the ear, and where could look a bit fleshy because the outer layer is broken out. So they've literally paid someone to cover up the mountain. Now that tells me that we're onto something. Otherwise, they just let us ramble on about our silly conspiracy theories.
Very interesting, Howard. And again, I appreciate the conversation, the back and forth, and everything else. And I also regarding Alex Michael, your friend there in Spain as well. He has to calculate everything he's doing and really consider, who he's promoting, who he's with, if he's truly legit. And say, hey, if I hear him say things like, not just be a cheerleader, say, hey, David Weiss did an atrocious job on Flat Earth, and not just be a cheerleader. That's the problem. We're getting back on topic on that real quickly before we sign off, but that's the problem. Not speaking the real truth. If I have a friend that's doing a poor job helping me build a house, a shed, I'm going to tell him. I'm not going to say this thing is really going well when he's doing a piece of crap job helping me out. I'm going to say, look, man, you're not helping out. You're making a bad situation worse. I want to hear transparency from so-called truthers. If you're not speaking the real truth, then you're not a truther in my estimation. So if Alex Michael wants to reach out and defend his stance, he's going to have a lot of work to do, and not just talk. I want to see some real changes. In my position, he doesn't have to do anything. He can keep doing what he wants to do and defend his position, but to be honest, he should have came out and talked to me, because he should understand there's a pattern. When David Weiss went after me on High Impact Flicks channel and went under the comment section under his video, oh yeah, RV this, RV that, he's losing subscriber, which wasn't true. You take a shot at me, I'm going to shoot back. So yeah, that's I'm going to stop talking about that, and we're going to close up on this live stream. I want to thank everybody once again for joining in. Agree, disagree with my guest or myself, that's perfectly fine. We're looking for the truth. That's where it all comes down to. And I again appreciate you so very much, Howard, for being on my channel and the courage enough not to run off or not answer questions. You answered everything that I asked, and that's all I can ask for. You didn't run around anything. It might have been a roundabout way to answer questions, but you answered them to my satisfaction, if I agree or not, and I appreciate that so very much. And thanks everyone once again in the chat. Romina, my main moderator, she had to leave a little bit earlier, and I see Jaw Drop. You're very welcome, brother. And everybody else, I see Rebecca, I see Jason, everybody else, I appreciate you all, and also all the super chats here on Rockfin. Anything you want to conclude with there, Howard, before we sign off?
I feel good for coming on. I feel great that we've, like you said, gone through everything and kept composure and respect for each other.
Yeah.
And I just hope that your audience recognizes that I agreed with you of many different people when we were talking specifically about things that they've done wrong on TV or on YouTube or whatever. It's only when I'm asking, is there more, you know, can we name any specific examples and not just guilty by association? That was the only thing that we kind of disagreed on. Everything else, I feel like we're on the same page, and that we should criticize people when they do a bad job. And we must continue to do so.
Listen, I'm hard on myself. We should be, you know, equally hard on others. If I don't feel like I've done the best live stream, best videos, I'm very critical of myself. I'm also critical of others. We should hold everybody to high standards. If we want to get the real truth out there, we're going to speak the real truth. Not tell people we have COVID when COVID's a hoax. Why lie? Tell people we're a flat earther. Don't tell people we're not flat earthers when we have the big spotlight on us. You know, and this, none of this is passable for me. None of this is acceptable to me. You know, I don't want to be a flat earther when you talk to CNN and that's being showed. It doesn't tell that to people in flat earth. So we have to be consistent no matter who we speak to. We can't flip-flop depending whose ears are open. With one person, I'm a flat earther, and another person, I'm not a flat earther. Screw that. That to me is garbage. That is deceitful. That is not real. And there's no way. And I feel sorry for the people that listen to Jaron, David Weiss, and Alex Stein. They're deceived. They're being played for fools. And most of them will never come to that conclusion because they're already invested in those cons. Just like you can't tell someone that follows one of these fake televangelists that they're being conned. They're already caught in that web of lies, that partial truth mixed with lies, and they can't get their feet, they can't get their arms out, they're stuck. And that's the problem with people is, again, in the true side of things and the lie side of things with the mainstream, a lot of people, they're married to ideas, they're married to following certain people, certain individuals. Let the truth bring you to where you need to be, not an individual. Don't be a fan of anybody, be a fan of information. And on that note, we're going to close out there. Again, thanks so much, everybody. Thanks so much for your support. Again, the supers. And moving forward, I'll be putting out new information, new videos, and of course, I have a whole library well over 1,000 videos, several thousand videos I made over the years that I'll be pumping on Rockfin. A lot of videos on YouTube will be no longer there by the end of this month. They'll be here on Rockfin. So if you go to YouTube and say, hey, where's this video? Where's that video? It's going to be on Rockfin. So again, on that note, thanks so much. Until next live stream, take care and God bless.